The Rights of Man, Part 2. To Monsieur de Lafayette. After an acquaintance of nearly 15 years in difficult situations in America and various consultations in Europe, I feel a pleasure in presenting to you this small treatise in gratitude for your services to my beloved America and as a testimony of my esteem for the virtues, public and private, which I know you to possess. The only point upon which I could ever discover that we differed was not as to principles of government, but as to time. For my own part, I think it equally as injurious to good principles to permit them to linger as to push them on too fast. That which you suppose accomplishable in 14 or 15 years, I may believe practicable in a much shorter period. Mankind, as it appears to me, are always ripe enough to understand their true interest, provided it be presented clearly to their understanding, and that in a manner not to create suspicion by anything like self-design, nor offend by assuming too much. Where we would wish to reform, we must not reproach. When the American Revolution was established, I felt a disposition to sit serenely down and enjoy the calm. It did not appear to me that any object could afterwards arise great enough to make me quit tranquility and feel as I had felt before. But when principle and not place is the energetic cause of action, a man, I find, is everywhere the same. I am now once more in the public world, and as I have not a right to contemplate on so many years of remaining life as you have, I have resolved to labor as fast as I can, and, as I am anxious for your aid and your company, I wish you to hasten your principles and overtake me. If you make a campaign the ensuing spring, which it is most probable there will be no occasion for, I will come and join you. Should the campaign commence, I hope it will terminate in the extinction of German despotism and in establishing the freedom of all Germany. When France shall be surrounded with revolutions, she will be in peace and safety, and her taxes, as well as those of Germany, will consequently become less. Your sincere, affectionate friend, Thomas Paine. London, February 9th, 1792. Preface. When I began the chapter entitled The Conclusion in the former part of The Rights of Man, published last year, it was my intention to have extended it to a greater length. But in casting the whole matter in my mind, which I wish to add, I found that it must either make the work too bulky or contract my plan too much. I therefore brought it to a close as soon as the subject would admit, and reserved what I had further to say to another opportunity. Several other reasons contributed to produce this determination. I wished to know the manner in which a work, written in a style of thinking and expression different to what had been customary in England, would be received before I proceeded farther. A great field was opening to the view of mankind by means of the French Revolution. Mr. Burke's outrageous opposition thereto brought the controversy into England. He attacked principles which he knew, from information, I would contest with him because they are principles I believe to be good, and which I have contributed to establish, and conceive myself bound to defend. Had he not urged the controversy, I had most probably been a silent man. Another reason for deferring the remainder of the work was that Mr. Burke promised in his first publication to renew the subject at another opportunity, and to make a comparison of what he called the English and French constitutions. I therefore held myself in reserve for him. He has published 2 works since without doing this, which he certainly would not have omitted had the comparison been in his favor. In his last work, his Appeal from the New to the Old Whigs, he has quoted about 10 pages from the Rights of Man, and having given himself the trouble of doing this, says he shall not attempt in the smallest degree to refute them, meaning the principles therein contained. I am enough acquainted with Mr. Burke to know that he would, if he could, but instead of contesting them, he immediately after consoles himself with saying that he has done his part. He has not done his part. He has not performed his promise of a comparison of constitutions. He started the controversy, he gave the challenge, and has fled from it. And he is now a case in point with his own opinion that the age of chivalry is gone. The title, as well as the substance of his last work, his appeal, is his condemnation. Principles must stand on their own merits, and if they are good, they certainly will. To put them under the shelter of other men's authority, as Mr. Burke has done, serves to bring them into suspicion. Mr. Burke is not very fond of dividing his honors, but in this case, he is artfully dividing the disgrace. But who are those to whom Mr. Burke has made his appeal? A set of childish thinkers and halfway politicians born in the last century, men who went no farther with any principle than as it suited their purposes as a party. The nation was always left out of the question, and this has been the character of every party from that day to this. The nation sees nothing of such works or such politics worthy its attention. A little matter will move a party, but it must be something great that moves a nation. Though I see nothing in Mr. Burke's appeal worth taking much notice of, there is, however, one expression upon which I shall offer a few remarks. After quoting largely from The Rights of Man, and declining to contest the principles contained in that work, he says, "This will most probably be done, if such writings shall be thought to deserve any other refutation than that of criminal justice, by others, who may think with Mr. Burke and with the same zeal. In the first place, it has not yet been done by anybody. Not less, I believe, than 8 or 10 pamphlets intended as answers to the former part of The Rights of Man have been published by different persons, and not one of them, to my knowledge, has extended to a second edition, or even the titles of them so much as generally remembered. As I am averse to unnecessary multiplying publications, I have answered none of them, and, as I believe that a man may write himself out of reputation when nobody else can do it, I am careful to avoid that rock. But as I would decline unnecessary publications on the one hand, so would I avoid everything that might appear like sullen pride on the other. If Mr. Burke, or any person on his side of the question, will produce an answer to the Rights of Man that shall extend to a half, or even to a fourth part of the number of copies to which the Rights of Man extended, I will reply to his work. But until this be done, I shall so far take the sense of the public for my guide, and the world knows I am not a flatterer, then what they do not think worthwhile to read is not worth mine to answer. I suppose the number of copies to which the first part of the Rights of Man extended, taking England, Scotland, and Ireland, is not less than between 40 and 50,000. I now come to remark on the remaining part of the quotation I have made from Mr. Burke. If, says he, such writings shall be thought to deserve any other refutation than that of criminal justice. Pardoning the pun, it must be criminal justice indeed that should condemn a work as a substitute for not being able to refute it. The greatest condemnation that could be passed upon it would be a refutation. But in proceeding by the method Mr. Burke alludes to, the condemnation would, in the final event, pass upon the criminality of the process and not upon the work. And in this case, I had rather be the author than be either the judge or the jury that should condemn it. But to come at once to the point, I have differed from some professional gentlemen on the subject of prosecutions, and I since find they are falling into my opinion, which I will here state as fully, but as concisely as I can. I will first put a case with respect to any law, and then compare it with the government, or with what in England is, or has been called, a constitution. It would be an act of despotism, or what in England is called arbitrary power, to make a law to prohibit investigating the principles, good or bad, on which such a law or any other is founded. If a law be bad, it is one thing to oppose the practice of it, but it is quite a different thing to expose its errors, to reason on its defects, and to show cause why it should be repealed, or why another ought to be substituted in its place. I've always held it an opinion, making it also my practice, that it is better to obey a bad law, making use at the same time of every argument to show its errors and procure its repeal, than forcibly to violate it, because the precedent of breaking a bad law might weaken the force and lead to a discretionary violation of those which are good. The case is the same with respect to principles and forms of government, or to what are called constitutions on the part of which they are composed. It is for the good of nations, and not for the emolument or aggrandizement of particular individuals, that government ought to be established, and that mankind are at the expense of supporting it. The defects of every government and constitution, both as to principle and form, must, on a parity of reasoning, be as open to discussion as the defects of a law, and it is a duty which every man owes to society to point them out. When those defects, and the means of remedying them, are generally seen by a nation, that nation will reform its government, or its constitution in the one case, as the government repealed or reformed the law in the other. The operation of government is restricted to the making and the administering of laws, but it is to a nation that the right of forming or reforming, generating or regenerating constitutions and governments belong, and consequently those subjects, as subjects of investigation, are always before a country as a matter of right, and cannot, without invading the general rights of that country, be made subjects for prosecution. On this ground, I will meet Mr. Burke whenever he please. It is better that the whole argument should come out than to seek to stifle it. It was himself that opened the controversy, and he ought not to desert it. I do not believe that monarchy and aristocracy will continue 7 years longer in any of the enlightened countries in Europe. If better reasons can be shown for them than against them, they will stand. If the contrary, they will not. Mankind are not now to be told they shall not think or they shall not read. And publications that go no farther than to investigate principles of government, to invite men to reason and to reflect, and to show the errors and excellences of different systems, have a right to appear. If they do not excite attention, they are not worth the trouble of a prosecution, and if they do, the prosecution will amount to nothing, since it cannot amount to a prohibition of reading. This would be a sentence on the public instead of the author, and would also be the most effectual mode of making or hastening revolution. On all cases that apply universally to a nation, with respect to systems of government, a jury of 12 men is not competent to decide. Where there are no witnesses to be examined, no facts to be proved, and where the whole matter is before the whole public, and the merits or demerits of it resting on their opinion, and when there is nothing to be known in a court but what everybody knows out of it, every 12 men is equally as good a jury as the other, and would most probably reverse each other's verdict, or, from the variety of their opinions, not be able to form one. It is one case whether a nation approve a work or a plan, but it is quite another case whether it will commit to any such jury the power of determining whether that nation have a right to, or shall reform its government or not. I mention those cases that Mr. Burke may see I have not written on government without reflecting on what is law, as well as on what are rights. The only effectual jury in such cases would be a convention of the whole nation fairly elected, for in all such cases the whole nation is the vicinage. If Mr. Burke will propose such a jury, I will waive all privileges of being the citizen of another country, and defending its principles abide the issue, provided he will do the same. For my opinion is that his work and his principles would be condemned instead of mine. As to the prejudices which men have from education and habit in favor of any particular form or system of government, those prejudices have yet to stand the test of reason and reflection. In fact, such prejudices are nothing. No man is prejudiced in favor of a thing, knowing it to be wrong. He is attached to it on the belief of its being right, and when he sees it is not so, the prejudice will be gone. We have but a defective idea of what prejudice is. It might be said that until men think for themselves, the whole is prejudice and not opinion, for that only is opinion which is the result of reason and reflection. I offer this remark that Mr. Burke may not confide too much in what have been the customary prejudices of the country. I do not believe that the people of England have ever been fairly and candidly dealt by. They have been imposed upon by parties and by men assuming the character of leaders. It is time that the nation should rise above those trifles. It is time to dismiss that inattention which has so long been the encouraging cause of stretching taxation to excess. It is time to dismiss all those songs and toasts which are calculated to enslave and operate to suffocate reflection. On all such subjects, men have but to think, and they will neither act wrong nor be misled. To say that any people are not fit for freedom is to make poverty their choice, and to say they had rather be loaded with taxes than not. If such a case could be proved, it would equally prove that those who govern are not fit to govern them, for they are a part of the same national mass. But admitting governments to be changed all over Europe, it certainly may be done without convulsion or revenge. It is not worth making changes or revolutions unless it be for some great national benefit, and when this shall appear to a nation, the danger will be, as in America and France, to those who oppose. And with this reflection, I close my preface. Thomas Paine, London, February 9th, 1792. Introduction. What Archimedes said of the mechanical powers may be applied to reason and liberty. Had we, said he, a place to stand upon, we might raise the world. The Revolution of America presented in politics what was only theory in mechanics. So deeply rooted were all the governments of the old world, and so effectually had the tyranny and the antiquity of habit established itself over the mind, that no beginning could be made in Asia, Africa, or Europe to reform the political condition of man. Freedom had been hunted round the globe, reason was considered as rebellion, and the slavery of fear had made men afraid to think. But such is the irresistible nature of truth, that all it asks, and all it wants, is the liberty of appearing. The sun needs no inscription to distinguish him from darkness, and no sooner did the American governments display themselves to the world than despotism felt a shock and man began to contemplate redress. The independence of America, considered merely as a separation from England, would have been a matter but of little importance had it not been accompanied by a revolution in the principles and practice of governments. She made a stand, not for herself only, but for the world, and looked beyond the advantages herself could receive. Even the Hessian, though hired to fight against her, may live to bless his defeat, and England, condemning the viciousness of its government, rejoice in its miscarriage. As America was the only spot in the political world where the principle of universal reformation could begin, so also was it the best in the natural world. An assemblage of circumstances conspired not only to give birth, but to add gigantic maturity to its principles. The scene which that country represents to the eye of a spectator has something in it which generates and encourages great ideas. Nature appears to him in magnitude. The mighty objects he beholds act upon his mind by enlarging it, and he partakes of the greatness he contemplates. Its first settlers were emigrants from different European nations, and of diversified professions of religion, retiring from the governmental persecutions of the old world, and meeting in the new, not as enemies, but as brothers. The wants which necessarily accompany the cultivation of a wilderness produced among them a state of society which countries long harassed by the quarrels and intrigues of governments had neglected to cherish. In such a situation, man becomes what he ought. He sees his species not with the inhuman idea of a natural enemy, but as kindred, and the example shows to the artificial world that man must go back to nature for information. From the rapid progress which America makes in every species of improvement, it is rational to conclude that If the governments of Asia, Africa, and Europe had begun on a principle similar to that of America, or had not been very early corrupted therefrom, those countries must, by this time, have been in a far superior condition than what they are. Age after age has passed away for no other purpose than to behold their wretchedness. Could we suppose a spectator who knew nothing of the world and who was put into it merely to make his observations, he would take a great part of the old world to be new, just struggling with the difficulties and hardships of an infant settlement. He could not suppose that the hordes of miserable poor with which old countries abound could be any other than those who had not yet had time to provide for themselves. Little would he think they were the consequence of what, in such countries, they call government. If, from the more wretched parts of the old world, we look at those which are in an advanced stage of improvement, we still find the greedy hand of government thrusting itself into every corner and crevice of industry, and grasping the spoil of the multitude. Invention is continually exercised to furnish new pretenses for revenue and taxation. It watches prosperity as its prey, and permits none to escape without a tribute. As revolutions have begun, and as the probability is always greater against a thing beginning than of proceeding after it has begun, it is natural to expect that other revolutions will follow. The amazing and still increasing expenses with which old governments are conducted, the numerous wars they engage in or provoke, the embarrassments they throw in the way of universal civilization and commerce, and the oppression and usurpation acted at home, have wearied out the patience and exhausted the property of the world. In such a situation, and with such examples already existing, revolutions are to be looked for. They are become subjects of universal conversation and may be considered as the order of the day. If systems of government can be introduced less expensive and more productive of general happiness than those which have existed, all attempts to oppose their progress will in the end be fruitless. Reason, like time, will make its own way, and prejudice will fall in a combat with interest. If universal peace, civilization, and commerce are ever to be the happy lot of man, it cannot be accomplished but by a revolution in the system of governments. All the monarchical governments are military. War is their trade, plunder and revenue their objects. While such governments continue, peace has not the absolute security of a day. What is the history of all monarchical governments but a disgustful picture of human wretchedness and the accidental respite of a few years' repose? Wearied with war and tired with human butchery, they sat down to rest and called it peace. This certainly is not the condition that heaven intended for man, and if this be monarchy, well might monarchy be reckoned among the sins of the Jews. The revolutions which formerly took place in the world had nothing in them that interested the bulk of mankind. They extended only to a change of persons and measures, but not of principles, and rose or fell among the common transactions of the moment. What we now behold may not improperly be called a counter-revolution. Conquest and tyranny, at some earlier period, dispossessed man of his rights, and he is now recovering them. And as the tide of all human affairs has its ebb and flow in directions contrary to each other, so also is it in this. Government founded on a moral theory, on a system of universal peace, on the indefeasible hereditary rights of man, is now revolving from west to east by a stronger impulse than the government of the sword revolved from east to west. It interests not particular individuals, but nations in its progress, and promises a new era to the human race. The danger to which the successive revolutions is most exposed is that of attempting them before the principles on which they proceed, and the advantages to result from them, are sufficiently seen and understood. Almost everything appertaining to the circumstances of a nation has been absorbed and confounded under the general and mysterious word government. Though it avoids taking to its account the errors it commits and the mischiefs it occasions, It fails not to arrogate to itself whatever has the appearance of prosperity. It robs industry of its honors by pedantically making itself the cause of its effects, and purloins from the general character of man the merits that appertain to him as a social being. It may therefore be of use in this day of revolutions to discriminate between those things which are the effect of government and those which are not. This will best be done by taking a review of society and civilization and the consequences resulting therefrom as things distinct from what are called governments. By beginning with this investigation, we shall be able to assign effects to their proper causes and analyze the mass of common errors. Chapter 1 of Society and Civilization. Great part of that order which reigns among mankind is not the effect of government. It has its origin in the principles of society and the natural constitution of man. It existed prior to government, and would exist if the formality of government was abolished. The mutual dependence and reciprocal interest which man has upon man, and all the parts of civilized community upon each other, create that great chain of connection which holds it together. The landholder, the farmer, the manufacturer, the merchant, the tradesman, and every occupation prospers by the aid which it receives from the other and from the whole. Common interest regulates their concerns and forms their law, and the laws which common usage ordains have a greater influence than the laws of government. In fine, society performs for itself almost everything which is ascribed to government. To understand the nature and quantity of government proper for man, it is necessary to attend to his character. As nature created him for social life, she fitted him for the station she intended. In all cases, she made his natural wants greater than his individual powers. No one man is capable, without the aid of society, of supplying his own wants, and those wants, acting upon every individual, impel the whole of them into society, as naturally as gravitation acts to a center. But she has gone further. She has not only forced man into society by a diversity of wants, which the reciprocal aid of each other can supply, but she has implanted in him a system of social affections which, though not necessary to his existence, are essential to his happiness. There is no period in life when this love for society ceases to act. It begins and ends with our being. If we examine with attention into the composition and constitution of man, the diversity of his wants, and the diversity of talents in different men for reciprocally accommodating the wants of each other, his propensity to society, and consequently to preserve the advantages resulting from it, we shall easily discover that a great part of what is called government is mere imposition. Government is no farther necessary than to supply the few cases to which society and civilization are not conveniently competent, and instances are not wanting to show that everything which government can usefully add thereto has been performed by the common consent of society without government. For upwards of 2 years from the commencement of the American War, and to a longer period in several of the American states, there were no established forms of government. The old governments had been abolished, and the country was too much occupied in defense to employ its attention in establishing new governments. Yet during this interval, order and harmony were preserved as inviolate as in any country in Europe. There's a natural aptness in man, and more so in society, because it embraces a greater variety of abilities and resource to accommodate itself to whatever situation it is in. The instant formal government is abolished, society begins to act. A general association takes place, and common interest produces common security. So far is it from being true, as has been pretended, that the abolition of any formal government is the dissolution of society, that it acts by a contrary impulse, and brings the latter the closer together. All that part of its organization which it had committed to its government devolves again upon itself, and acts through its medium. When men, as well from natural instinct as from reciprocal benefits, have habituated themselves to social and civilized life, there is always enough of its principles in practice to carry them through any changes they may find necessary or convenient to make in their government. In short, man is so naturally a creature of society that it is almost impossible to put him out of it. Formal government makes but a small part of civilized life, and when even the best that human wisdom can devise is established, it is a thing more in name and idea than in fact. It is to the great and fundamental principles of society and civilization, to the common usage universally consented to and mutually and reciprocally maintained, to the unceasing circulation of interest, which, passing through its million channels, invigorates the whole mass of civilized man. It is to these things, infinitely more than to anything which even the best instituted government can perform, that the safety and prosperity of the individual and of the whole depends. The more perfect civilization is, the less occasion has it for government, because the more does it regulate its own affairs and govern itself. But so contrary is the practice of old governments to the reason of the case, that the expenses of them increase in the proportion they ought to diminish. It is but few general laws that civilized life requires, and those of such common usefulness, that whether they are enforced by the forms of government or not, the effect will be nearly the same. If we consider what the principles are that first condense men into society, and what are the motives that regulate their mutual intercourse afterwards, we shall find, by the time we arrive at what is called government, that nearly the whole of the business is performed by the natural operation of the parts upon each other. Man, with respect to those manners, is more a creature of consistency than he is aware, or than governments would wish him to believe. All the great laws of society are laws of nature. Those of trade and commerce, whether with respect to the intercourse of individuals or of nations, are laws of mutual and reciprocal interest. They are followed and obeyed because it is the interest of the parties so to do, and not on account of any formal laws their governments may impose or interpose. But how often is the natural propensity to society disturbed or destroyed by the operations of government? When the latter, instead of being engrafted on the principles of the former, assumes to exist for itself, and acts by partialities of favor and oppression, it becomes the cause of the mischiefs it ought to prevent. If we look back to the riots and tumults which at various times have happened in England, we shall find that they did not proceed from the want of a government, but that government was itself the generating cause. Instead of consolidating society, it divided it. It deprived it of its natural cohesion and engendered discontents and disorders which otherwise would not have existed. In those associations which men promiscuously form for their purpose of trade, or of any other concern in which government is totally out of the question, and in which they act merely on the principles of society, we see how naturally the various parties unite. And this shows, by comparison, that governments, so far from being always the cause or means of order, are often the destruction of it. The riots of 1780 had no other source than the remains of those prejudices which the government itself had encouraged. But with respect to England, there are also other causes. Excess and inequality of taxation, however disguised in the means, never fail to appear in their effects. As a great mass of the community are thrown thereby into poverty and discontent, they are constantly on the brink of commotion, and deprived, as they unfortunately are, of the means of information, are easily heated to outrage. Whatever the apparent cause of any riots may be, the real one is always want of happiness. It shows that something is wrong in the system of government that injures the felicity by which society is to be preserved. But as a fact is superior to reasoning, the instance of America presents itself to confirm these observations. If there is a country in the world where concord, according to common calculation, would be least expected, it is America. made up, as it is, of people from different nations, accustomed to different forms and habits of government, speaking different languages, and more different in their modes of worship, it would appear that the union of such a people was impracticable. But by the simple operation of constructing government on the principles of society and the rights of man, every difficulty retires, and all the parts are brought into cordial unison. There, the poor are not oppressed, the rich are not privileged. Industry is not mortified by the splendid extravagance of a court rioting at its expense. Their taxes are few, because their government is just. And as there is nothing to render them wretched, there is nothing to engender riots and tumults. A metaphysical man, like Mr. Burke, would have tortured his invention to discover how such a people could be governed. He would have supposed that some must be managed by fraud, others by force, and all by some contrivance. That genius must be hired to impose upon ignorance, and show and parade to fascinate the vulgar. Lost in the abundance of his researches, he would have resolved and re-resolved, and finally overlooked the plain and easy road that lay directly before him. One of the great advantages of the American Revolution has been that it led to a discovery of the principles and laid open the imposition of governments. All the revolutions till then had been worked within the atmosphere of a court, and never on the grand floor of a nation. The parties were always of the class of courtiers, and whatever was their rage for reformation, they carefully preserved the fraud of the profession. In all cases, they took care to represent government as a thing made up of mysteries, which only themselves understood, and they hid from the understanding of the nation the only thing that was beneficial to know, namely, that government is nothing more than a national association adding on the principles of society. Having thus endeavored to show that the social and civilized state of man is capable of performing within itself almost everything necessary to its protection and government, it will be proper, on the other hand, to take a review of the present old governments and examine whether their principles and practice are correspondent thereto. Chapter 2. Of the origin of the present old governments. It is impossible that such governments as have hitherto existed in the world could have commenced by any other means than a total violation of every principle, sacred and moral. The obscurity in which the origin of all the present old governments is buried implies the iniquity and disgrace with which they began. The origin of the present government of America and France will ever be remembered, because it is honorable to record it. But with respect to the rest, even flattery has consigned them to the tomb of time without an inscription. It could have been no difficult thing in the early and solitary ages of the world, while the chief employment of men was that of attending flocks and herds, for a banditti of ruffians to overrun a country and lay it under contributions. Their power being thus established, the chief of the band contrived to lose the name of robber in that of monarch, and hence the origin of monarchy and kings. The origin of the government of England, so far as relates to what is called its line of monarchy, being one of the latest, is perhaps the best recorded. The hatred which the Norman invasion and tyranny begat must have been deeply rooted in the nation to have outlived the contrivance to obliterate it. Though not a courtier will talk of the curfew bell, not a village in England has forgotten it. Those bands of robbers, having parceled out the world and divided it into dominions, began, as is naturally the case, to quarrel with each other. What at first was obtained by violence was considered by others as lawful to be taken, and a second plunderer succeeded the first. They alternately invaded the dominions which each had assigned to himself, and the brutality with which they treated each other explains the original character of monarchy. It was ruffian torturing ruffian. The conqueror considered the conquered not as his prisoner, but his property. He led him in triumph, rattling in chains, and doomed him, at pleasure, to slavery or death. As time obliterated the history of their beginning, Their successors assumed new appearances to cut off the entail of their disgrace, but their principles and objects remained the same. What at first was plunder assumed the softer name of revenue, and the power originally usurped they affected to inherit. From such beginning of governments, what could be expected but a continued system of war and extortion? It has established itself into a trade. The vice is not peculiar to one more than to another, but is the common principle of all. There does not exist within such governments sufficient stamina whereon to engraft reformation, and the shortest and most effectual remedy is to begin anew on the ground of the nation. What scenes of horror, what perfection of iniquity present themselves in contemplating the character and reviewing the history of such governments? If we would delineate human nature with the baseness of heart and hypocrisy of countenance that reflection would shudder at and humanity disown, it is kings, courts, and cabinets that must sit for the portrait. Man, naturally as he is, with all his faults about him, is not up to the character. Can we possibly suppose that if governments had originated in a right principle, and had not an interest in pursuing a wrong one, the world could have been in the wretched and quarrelsome condition we have seen it? What inducement has the farmer, while following the plow, to lay aside his peaceful pursuit and go to war with the farmer of another country? Or what inducement has the manufacturer? What is dominion to them, or to any class of men in a nation? Does it add an acre to any man's estate, or raise its value? Are not conquest and defeat each of the same price, the taxes the never-failing consequence? Though this reasoning may be good to a nation, it is not so to a government. War is the faro table of governments, and nations the dukes of the game. If there is anything to wonder at in this miserable scene of governments more than might be expected, it is the progress which the peaceful arts of agriculture, manufacture, and commerce have made beneath such a long accumulating load of discomfort and oppression. It serves to show that instinct in animals does not act with stronger impulse than the principles of society and civilization operate in man. Under all discouragements, he pursues his object and yields to nothing but impossibilities. Chapter 3. Of the Old and New Systems of Government. Nothing can appear more contradictory than the principles on which the old governments began, and the condition to which society, civilization, and commerce are capable of carrying mankind. Government, on the old system, is an assumption of power, for the aggrandizement of itself. On the new, a delegation of power for the common benefit of society. The former supports itself by keeping up a system of war. The latter promotes a system of peace as the true means of enriching a nation. The one encourages national prejudices. The other promotes universal society as the means of universal commerce. The one measures its prosperity by the quantity of revenue it extorts. The other proves its excellence by the small quantity of taxes it requires. Mr. Burke has talked of old and new Whigs. If he can amuse himself with childish names and distinctions, I shall not interrupt his pleasure. It is not to him, but to the Abbé Sieyès that I address this chapter. I am already engaged to the latter gentleman to discuss the subject of monarchical government, and as it naturally occurs in comparing the old and new systems, I make this the opportunity of presenting to him my observations. I shall occasionally take Mr. Burke in my way. Though it might be proved that the system of government now called the new is the most ancient in principle of all that have existed, being founded on the original inherent rights of man, yet as tyranny and the sword have suspended the exercise of those rights for many centuries past, it serves better the purpose of distinction to call it the new than to claim the right of calling it the old. The first general distinction between those two systems is that the one now called the old is hereditary, either in whole or in part. and the new is entirely representative. It rejects all hereditary government, first, as being an imposition on mankind, secondly, as inadequate for the purposes for which government is necessary. With respect to the first of these heads, it cannot be proved by what right hereditary government could begin. Neither does there exist within the compass of mortal power a right to establish it. Man has no authority over posterity in matters of personal right, and therefore no man or body of men had or can have a right to set up hereditary government. Were even ourselves to come again into existence instead of being succeeded by posterity, we have not now the right of taking from ourselves the rights which would then be ours. On what ground, then, do we pretend to take them from others? All hereditary government is, in its nature, tyranny. An heritable crown, or an heritable throne, or by what other fanciful names such things may be called, have no other significant explanation than that mankind are heritable property. To inherit a government is to inherit the people, as if they were flocks and herds. With respect to the second head, that of being inadequate to the purposes for which government is necessary, we have only to consider what government essentially is, and compare it with the circumstances to which hereditary succession is subject. Government ought to be a thing always in full maturity. It ought to be so constructed as to be superior to all the accidents to which individual man is subject, and, therefore, hereditary succession, by being subject to them all, is the most irregular and imperfect of all the systems of government. We have heard the rights of man called a leveling system, but the only system to which the word leveling is truly applicable is the hereditary monarchical system. It is a system of mental leveling. It indiscriminately admits every species of character to the same authority. Vice and virtue, ignorance and wisdom, in short, every quality, good or bad, is put on the same level. Kings succeed each other, not as rationals, but as animals. It signifies not what their mental or moral characters are. Can we then be surprised at the abject state of the human mind in monarchical countries, when the government itself is formed on such an abject leveling system? It has no fixed character. Today it is one thing, tomorrow it is something else. It changes with the temper of every succeeding individual and is subject to all the varieties of each. It is government through the medium of passions and accidents. It appears under all the various characters of childhood, decrepitude, dotage, a thing at nurse, in leading strings, or in crutches. It reverses the wholesome order of nature. It occasionally puts children over men, and the conceits of non-age over wisdom and experience. In short, we cannot conceive a more ridiculous figure of government than hereditary succession in all its cases presents. Could it be made a decree in nature, or an edict registered in heaven, and man could know it, that virtue and wisdom should invariably appertain to hereditary succession, the objection to it would be removed. But when we see that nature acts as if she disowned and sported with the hereditary system, that the mental character of successors in all countries is below the average of human understanding, that one is a tyrant, another an idiot, a third insane, and some, all three together, it is impossible to attach confidence to it when reason in man has power to act. It is not to the Abbé Sieyès that I need apply this reasoning. He has already saved me that trouble by giving his own opinion upon the case. If it be asked, says he, what is my opinion with respect to hereditary right, I answer without hesitation that in good theory, an hereditary transmission of any power of office can never accord with the laws of a true representation. Hereditaryship is, in this sense, as much an attaint upon principle as an outrage upon society. But let us, continues he, refer to the history of all elective monarchies and principalities. Is there one in which the elective mode is not worse than the hereditary succession? As to debating on which is the worst of the two, it is admitting both to be bad, and herein we are agreed. The preference which the abbé has given is a condemnation of the thing that he prefers. Such a mode of reasoning on a subject is inadmissible, because it finally amounts to an accusation upon Providence, as if she had left to man no other choice with respect to government than between two evils, the best of which he admits to be an attaint upon principle and an outrage upon society. Passing over for the present all the evils and mischiefs which monarchy has occasioned in the world, nothing can more effectually prove its uselessness in a state of civil government than making it hereditary. Would we make any office hereditary that required wisdom and abilities to fill it? And where wisdom and abilities are not necessary, such an office, whatever it may be, is superfluous or insignificant. Hereditary succession is a burlesque upon monarchy. It puts it in the most ridiculous light by presenting it as an office which any child or idiot may fill. It requires some talents to be a common mechanic, but to be a king requires only the animal figure of man, a sort of breathing automaton. This sort of superstition may last a few years more, but it cannot long resist the awakened reason and interest of man. As to Mr. Burke, he is a stickler for monarchy, not altogether as a pensioner, if he is one, which I believe, but as a political man. He has taken up a contemptible opinion of mankind who, in their turn, are taking up the same of him. He considers them as a herd of beings that must be governed by fraud, effigy, and show, and an idol would be as good a figure of monarchy with him as a man. I will, however, do him the justice to say that with respect to America, he has been very complimentary. He always contended, at least in my hearing, that the people of America were more enlightened than those of England, or of any country in Europe, and that, therefore, the imposition of show was not necessary in their governments. Though the comparison between hereditary and elective monarchy, which the abbé has made, is unnecessary to the case, because the representative system rejects both. Yet, were I to make the comparison, I should decide contrary to what he has done. The civil wars which have originated from contested hereditary claims are more numerous and have been more dreadful and of longer continuance than those which have been occasioned by election. All the civil wars in France arose from the hereditary system. They were either produced by hereditary claims or by the imperfection of the hereditary form, which admits of regencies or monarchy at nurse. With respect to England, its history is full of the same misfortunes. The contests for succession between the houses of York and Lancaster lasted a whole century, and others of a similar nature have renewed themselves since that period. Those of 1715 and 1745 were of the same kind. The succession war for the crown of Spain embroiled almost half of Europe. The disturbances of Holland are generated from the hereditaryship of the stadtholder. A government calling itself free, with an hereditary office, is like a thorn in the flesh that produces a fermentation which endeavors to discharge it. But I might go further, and place also foreign wars of whatever kind to the same cause. It is by adding the evil of hereditary succession to that of monarchy that a permanent family interest is created, whose constant objects are dominion and revenue. Poland, though an elective monarchy, has had fewer wars than those which are hereditary, and it is the only government that has made a voluntary essay, though but a small one, to reform the condition of the country. Having thus glanced at a few of the defects of the old or hereditary systems of government, let us compare it with the new or representative system. The representative system takes society and civilization for its basis, nature, reason, and experience for its guide. Experience, in all ages and in all countries, has demonstrated that it is impossible to control nature in her distribution of mental powers. She gives them as she pleases. Whatever is the rule by which she, apparently to us, scatters them among mankind, that rule remains a secret to man. It would be as ridiculous to attempt to fix the hereditaryship of human beauty as of wisdom. Whatever wisdom constituently is, it is like a seedless plant. It may be reared when it appears, but it cannot be voluntarily produced. There is always a sufficiency somewhere in the general mass of society for all purposes. But with respect to the parts of society, it is continually changing its place. It rises in one today, in another tomorrow, and has most probably visited, in rotation, every family of the earth, and again withdrawn. As this is in the order of nature, the order of government must necessarily follow it, or government will, as we see it does, degenerate into ignorance. The hereditary system, therefore, is as repugnant to human wisdom as to human rights, and is as absurd as it is unjust. As the Republic of Letters brings forward the best literary productions by giving to genius a fair and universal chance, so the representative system of government is calculated to produce the wisest laws by collecting wisdom from where it can be found. I smile to myself when I contemplate the ridiculous insignificance into which literature and all the sciences would sink were they made hereditary. And I carry the same idea into governments. An hereditary governor is as inconsistent as an hereditary author. I know not whether Homer or Euclid had sons, but I will venture an opinion that if they had, and had left their works unfinished, those sons could not have completed them. Do we need a stronger evidence of the absurdity of hereditary government than is seen in the descendants of those men, in any line of life, who once were famous? Is there scarcely an instance in which there is not a total reverse of the character? It appears as if the tide of mental faculties flowed as far as it could in certain channels, and then forsook its course, and arose in others. How irrational, then, is the hereditary system, which establishes channels of power in company with which wisdom refuses to flow. By continuing this absurdity, man is perpetually in contradiction with himself. He accepts, for a king, or a chief magistrate, or a legislator, a person whom he would not elect for a constable. It appears to general observation that revolutions create genius and talents, but those events do no more than bring them forward. There is existing in man a mass of sense lying in a dormant state, and which, unless something excites it to action, will descend with him in that condition to the grave. As it is to the advantage of society that the whole of its faculties should be employed, the construction of government ought to be such as to bring forward, by a quiet and regular operation, all that extent of capacity which never fails to appear in revolutions. This cannot take place in the insipid state of hereditary government, not only because it prevents, but because it operates to benumb. When the mind of a nation is bowed down by any political superstition in its government, such as hereditary succession is, it loses a considerable portion of its powers on all other subjects and objects. Hereditary succession requires the same obedience to ignorance as to wisdom, and when once the mind can bring itself to pay this indiscriminate reverence, it descends below the stature of mental manhood. It is fit to be great only in little things. It acts as a treachery upon itself, and suffocates the sensations that urge the detection. Though the ancient governments present to us a miserable picture of the condition of man, there is one which above all others exempts itself from the general description. I mean the democracy of the Athenians. We see more to admire and less to condemn in that great, extraordinary people than in anything which history affords. Mr. Burke is so little acquainted with constituent principles of government that he confounds democracy and representation together. Representation was a thing unknown in the ancient democracies. In those, the mass of the people met and enacted laws, grammatically speaking, in the first person. Simple democracy was no other than the common hall of the ancients. It signifies the form as well as the public principle of the government. As those democracies increased in population and the territory extended, The simple democratical form became unwieldy and impracticable. And as the system of representation was not known, the consequence was they either degenerated convulsively into monarchies or became absorbed into such as then existed. Had the system of representation been then understood, as it now is, there is no reason to believe that those forms of government, now called monarchical or aristocratical, would ever have taken place. It was the want of some method to consolidate the parts of society after it became too populous and too extensive for the simple democratical form, and also the lax and solitary condition of shepherds and herdsmen in other parts of the world that afforded opportunities to those unnatural modes of government to begin. As it is necessary to clear away the rubbish of errors into which the subject of government has been thrown, I will proceed to remark on some others. It has always been the political craft of courtiers and court governments to abuse something which they call republicanism, but what republicanism was or is, they never attempt to explain. Let us examine a little into this case. The only forms of government are the democratical, the aristocratical, the monarchical, and what is now called the representative. What is called a republic is not any particular form of government. It is wholly characteristical of the purport, matter, or object for which government ought to be instituted, and on which it is to be employed, res publica, the public affairs, or the public good, or literally translated, the public thing. It is a word of a good original, referring to what ought to be the character and business of government. And in this sense, it is naturally opposed to the word monarchy, which has a base original signification. It means arbitrary power in an individual person, in the exercise of which himself, and not the res publica, is the object. Every government that does not act on the principle of a republic, or in other words, that does not make the res publica its whole and sole object, is not a good government. Republican government is no other than government established and conducted for the interest of the public, as well individually as collectively. It is not necessarily connected with any particular form, but it most naturally associates with the representative form as being best calculated to secure the end for which a nation is at the expense of supporting it. Various forms of government have affected to style themselves a republic. Poland calls itself a republic, which is an hereditary aristocracy, with what is called an elective monarchy. Holland calls itself a republic, which is chiefly aristocratical, with an hereditary stadtholdership. But the government of America, which is wholly on the system of representation, is the only real republic in character and in practice that now exists. Its government has no other object than the public business of the nation, and therefore it is properly a republic. And the Americans have taken care that this and no other shall always be the object of their government, by their rejecting everything hereditary and establishing governments on the system of representation only. Those who have said that a republic is not a form of government calculated for countries of great extent mistook, in the first place, the business of a government for a form of government. For the res publica equally appertains to every extent of territory and population. And, in the second place, if they meant anything with respect to form, it was the simple democratical form, such as was the mode of government in the ancient democracies, in which there was no representation. The case, therefore, is not that a republic cannot be extensive, but that it cannot be extensive on the simple democratical form. And the question naturally presents itself, what is the best form of government for conducting the res publica, or the public business of a nation, after it becomes too extensive and populous for the simple democratical form? It cannot be monarchy, because monarchy is subject to an objection of the same amount to which the simple democratical form was subject. It is possible that an individual may lay down a system of principles on which government shall be constitutionally established to any extent of territory. This is no more than an operation of the mind, acting by its own powers. But the practice upon those principles, as applying to the various and numerous circumstances of a nation, its agriculture, manufacture, trade, commerce, etc., etc., a knowledge of a different kind, and which can be had only from the various parts of society. It is an assemblage of practical knowledge which no individual can possess, and therefore the monarchical form is as much limited in useful practice from the incompetency of knowledge as was the democratical form from the multiplicity of population. The one degenerates, by extension, into confusion, the other into ignorance and incapacity, of which all the great monarchies are in evidence. The monarchical form, therefore, could not be substituted for the democratical, because it has equal inconveniences. Much less could it when made hereditary. This is the most effectual of all forms to preclude knowledge. Neither could the high democratical mind have voluntarily yielded itself to be governed by children and idiots, and all the motley insignificance of character which attends such a mere animal system, the disgrace and the reproach of reason and man. As to the aristocratical form, it has the same vices and defects with the monarchical, except that the chance of abilities is better from the proportion of numbers, but there is still no security for the right use and application of them. Referring them to the original simple democracy, it affords the true data from which government on a large scale can begin. It is incapable of extension, not from its principle, but from the inconvenience of its form, and monarchy and aristocracy from their incapacity. Retaining, then, democracy as the ground, and rejecting the corrupt systems of monarchy and aristocracy, the representative system naturally presents itself, remedying at once the defects of the simple democracy as to form, and the incapacity of the other two with respect to knowledge. Simple democracy was society governing itself without the aid of secondary means. By ingrafting representation upon democracy, we arrive at a system of government capable of embracing and confederating all the various interests and every extent of territory and population, and that also with advantages as much superior to hereditary government as the Republic of Letters is to hereditary literature. It is on this system that the American government is founded. It is representation engrafted upon democracy. It has fixed the form by a scale parallel in all cases to the extent of the principle. What Athens was in miniature, America will be in magnitude. The one was the wonder of the ancient world, the other is becoming the admiration of the present. It is the easiest of all the forms of government to be understood, and the most eligible in practice, and excludes at once the ignorance and insecurity of the hereditary mode, and the inconvenience of the simple democracy. It is impossible to conceive a system of government capable of acting over such an extent of territory, and such a circle of interests, as is immediately produced by the operation of representation. France, great and populous as it is but a spot in the capaciousness of the system. It is preferable to simple democracy even in small territories. Athens, by representation, would have outrivaled her own democracy. That which is called government, or rather that which we ought to conceive government to be, is no more than some common center in which all the parts of society unite. This cannot be accomplished by any method so conducive to the various interests of the community as by the representative system. It concentrates the knowledge necessary to the interest of the parts and of the whole. It places government in a state of constant maturity. It is, as has already been observed, never young, never old. It is subject neither to non-age or dotage. It is never in the cradle, nor on crutches. It admits not of a separation between knowledge and power, and is superior, as government always ought to be, to all the accidents of individual man, and is therefore superior to what is called monarchy. A nation is not a body, the figure of which is to be represented by the human body, but is like a body contained within a circle, having a common center in which every radius meets, and that center is formed by representation. To connect representation with what is called monarchy is eccentric government. Representation is, of itself, the delegated monarchy of a nation and cannot debase itself by dividing it with another. Mr. Burke has 2 or 3 times in his parliamentary speeches and in his publications made use of a jingle of words that convey no ideas. Speaking of government, he says, "It is better to have monarchy for its basis and republicanism for its corrective than republicanism for its basis and monarchy for its corrective." If he means that it is better to correct folly with wisdom than wisdom with folly, I will no otherwise contend with him than that it would be much better to reject the folly entirely. But what is this thing which Mr. Burke calls monarchy? Will he explain it? All men can understand what representation is, and that it must necessarily include a variety of knowledge and talents. But what security is there for the same qualities on the part of monarchy? Or, when the monarchy is a child, where then is the wisdom? What does it know about government? Who then is the monarch, or where is the monarchy? If it is to be performed by regency, it proves to be a farce. A regency is a mock species of republic, and the whole of monarchy deserves no better description. It is a thing as various as imagination can paint. It has none of the stable character that government ought to possess. Every succession is a revolution, and every regency a counter-revolution. The whole of it is a scheme of perpetual court cabal and intrigue, of which Mr. Burke is himself an instance. To render monarchy consistent with government, the next in succession should not be born a child, but a man at once, and that man a Solomon. It is ridiculous that nations are to wait, and government be interrupted, till boys grow to be men. Whether I have too little sense to see, or too much to be imposed upon, whether I have too much or too little pride, or of anything else, I leave out of the question. But certain it is that what is called monarchy always appears to me a silly, contemptible thing. I compare it to something kept behind a curtain, about which there is a great deal of bustle and fuss, and a wonderful air of seeming solemnity. But when, by any accident, the curtain happens to be open, and the company see what it is, they burst into laughter. In the representative system of government, nothing of this can happen. Like the nation itself, it possesses a perpetual stamina, as well of body as of mind, and presents itself on the open theater of the world in a fair and manly manner. Whatever are its excellences or defects, they are visible to all. It exists not by fraud and mystery. It deals not in cant and sophistry, but inspires a language that, passing from heart to heart, is felt and understood. We must shut our eyes against reason. We must basely degrade our understanding, not to see the folly of what is called monarchy. Nature is orderly in all her works, but this is a mode of government that counteracts nature. It turns the progress of the human faculties upside down. It subjects age to be governed by children and wisdom by folly. On the contrary, the representative system is always parallel with the order and immutable laws of nature and meets the reason of man in every part. For example, in the American federal government, more power is delegated to the President of the United States than to any other individual member of Congress. He cannot, therefore, be elected to this office under the age of 35 years. By this time, the judgment of man becomes more matured, and he has lived long enough to be acquainted with men and things and the country with him. But on the monarchical plan, exclusive of the numerous chances there are against every man born into the world of drawing a prize in the lottery of human faculties, the next in succession, whatever he may be, is put at the head of a nation and of a government at the age of 18 years. Does this appear like an action of wisdom? Is it consistent with the proper dignity and the manly character of a nation? Where's the propriety of calling such a lad the father of the people? In all other cases, a person is a minor until the age of 21 years. Before this period, he is not trusted with the management of an acre of land, or with the heritable property of a flock of sheep, or an herd of swine. But, wonderful to tell, he may, at the age of 18 years, be trusted with the nation. That monarchy is all a bubble, a mere court artifice to procure money, is evident, at least to me, in every character in which it can be viewed. It would be impossible, on the rational system of representative government, to make out a bill of expenses to such an enormous amount as this deception admits. Government is not of itself a very chargeable institution. The whole expense of the federal government of America, founded, as I've already said, on the system of representation and extending over a country nearly 10 times as large as England, is but $600,000, or 135,000 pounds sterling. I presume that no man in his sober senses will compare the character of any of the kings of Europe with that of General Washington. Yet in France, and also in England, the expense of the civil list only for the support of one man is 8 times greater than the whole expense of the federal government in America. To assign a reason for this appears almost impossible. The generality of people in America, especially the poor, are more able to pay taxes than the generality of people either in France or England. But the case is that the representative system diffuses such a body of knowledge throughout a nation on the subject of government as to explode ignorance and preclude imposition. The craft of courts cannot be acted upon that ground. There's no place for mystery, nowhere for it to begin. Those who are not in the representation know as much of the nature of business as those who are. An affectation of mysterious importance would there be scouted. Nations can have no secrets, and the secrets of courts, like those of individuals, are always their defects. In the representative system, the reason for everything must publicly appear. Every man is a proprietor in government and considers it a necessary part of his business to understand. It concerns his interest because it affects his property. He examines the cost and compares it with the advantages, and, above all, he does not adopt the slavish custom of following what in other governments are called leaders. It can only be by blinding the understanding of man and making him believe that government is some wonderful, mysterious thing that excessive revenues are obtained. Monarchy is well calculated to ensure this end. It is the popery of government, a thing kept up to amuse the ignorant and quiet them into taxes. The government of a free country, properly speaking, is not in the persons, but in the laws. The enacting of those requires no great expense, and when they are administered, the whole of civil government is performed. The rest is all court contrivance. Chapter 4 of Constitutions. That men mean distinct and separate things when they speak of constitutions and of governments is evident. Or why are those terms distinctly and separately used? A constitution is not the act of a government, but of a people constituting a government, and government without a constitution is power without a right. All power exercised over a nation must have some beginning. It must either be delegated or assumed. There are no other sources. All delegated power is trust, and all assumed power is usurpation. Time does not alter the nature and quality of either. In viewing this subject, the case and circumstances of America present themselves as in the beginning of a world, and our inquiry into the origin of government is shortened by referring to the facts that have arisen in our own day. We have no occasion to roam for information into the obscure field of antiquity, nor hazard ourselves upon conjecture. We are brought at once to the point of seeing government begin, as if we had lived in the beginning of time. The real volume, not of history but of facts, is directly before us, unmutilated by contrivance or the errors of tradition. I will here concisely state the commencement of the American constitutions, by which the difference between constitutions and governments will sufficiently appear. It may not appear improper to remind the reader that the United States of America consist of 13 separate states, each of which established a government for itself after the Declaration of Independence, done on the 4th of July, 1776. Each state acted independently of the rest in forming its governments, but the same general principle pervades the whole. When the several state governments were formed, they proceeded to form the federal government that acts over the whole in all matters which concern the interest of the whole, or which relate to the intercourse of the several states with each other or with foreign nations. I will begin with giving an instance from one of the state governments, that of Pennsylvania, and then proceed to the federal government. The state of Pennsylvania, though nearly of the same extent of territory as England, was then divided into only 12 counties. Each of those counties had elected a committee at the commencement of the dispute with the English government, and as the city of Philadelphia, which also had its committee, was the most central for intelligence, it became the center of communication to the several country committees. When it became necessary to proceed to the formation of a government, the Committee of Philadelphia proposed a conference of all the committees to be held in that city, and which met the latter end of July 1776. Though these committees had been duly elected by the people, they were not elected expressly for the purpose, nor invested with the authority of forming a constitution, and as they could not, consistently with the American idea of rights, assume such a power, they could only confer upon the matter and put it into a train of operation. The conferees, therefore, did no more than state the case, and recommend to the several counties to elect 6 representatives for each county to meet in convention at Philadelphia, with powers to form a constitution and propose it for public consideration. This convention, of which Benjamin Franklin was president, having met and deliberated and agreed upon a constitution, they next ordered it to be published, not as a thing established, but for the consideration of the whole people, their approbation or rejection, and then adjourned to a stated time. When the time of adjournment was expired, the convention reassembled, and as the general opinion of the people in approbation of it was then known, the Constitution was signed, sealed, and proclaimed on the authority of the people, and the original instrument deposited as a public record. The convention then appointed a day for the general election of the representatives who were to compose the government, and the time it should commence, and having done this, they dissolved, and returned to their several homes and occupations. In this Constitution were laid down, first, a Declaration of Rights, then followed the form which the government should have, and the powers it should possess, the authority of the courts of judicature and of juries, the manner in which elections should be conducted, and the proportion of representatives to the number of electors, the time which each succeeding assembly should continue, which was 1 year, the mode of levying and of accounting for the expenditure of public money, of appointing public officers, etc., etc., etc. No article of this Constitution could be altered or infringed at the discretion of the government that was to ensue. It was to that government a law. But as it would have been unwise to preclude the benefit of experience, and in order also to prevent the accumulation of errors, if any should be found, and to preserve an unison of government with the circumstances of the state at all times, the Constitution provided that, at the expiration of every 7 years, a convention should be elected for the express purpose of revising the Constitution and making alterations, additions, or abolitions therein, if any such should be found necessary. Here we see a regular process, a government issuing out of a constitution formed by the people in their original character, and that constitution serving not only as an authority, but as a law of control to the government. It was the political Bible of the state. Scarcely a family was without it. Every member of the government had a copy, and nothing was more common when any debate arose on the principle of a bill or on the extent of any species of authority than for the members to take the printed Constitution out of their pocket and read the chapter with which such matter in debate was connected. Having thus given an instance from one of the states, I will show the proceedings by which the federal Constitution of the United States arose and was formed. Congress, at its two first meetings in September 1774 and May 1775, was nothing more than a deputation from the legislatures of the several provinces, afterwards states, and had no other authority than what arose from common consent and the necessity of its acting as a public body. In everything which related to the internal affairs of America, Congress went no further than to issue recommendations to the several provincial assemblies, who, at discretion, adopted them or not. Nothing on the part of Congress was compulsive. Yet, in this situation, it was more faithfully and affectionately obeyed than was any government in Europe. This instance, like that of the National Assembly in France, sufficiently shows that the strength of government does not consist in anything itself, but in the attachment of a nation and the interest which a people feel in supporting it. When this is lost, government is but a child in power, and though, like the old government of France, it may harass individuals for a while, it but facilitates its own fall. After the Declaration of Independence, it became consistent with the principle on which representative government is founded, that the authority of Congress should be defined and established. Whether that authority should be more or less than Congress, then discretionarily exercised, was not the question. It was merely the rectitude of the measure. For this purpose, the act called the Act of Confederation, which was a sort of imperfect federal constitution, was proposed, and after long deliberation was concluded in the year 1781. It was not the act of Congress, because it is repugnant to the principles of representative government that a body should give power to itself. Congress first informed the several states of the powers which it conceived were necessary to be invested in the Union to enable it to perform the duties and services required from it, and the states severally agreed with each other and concentrated in Congress those powers. It may not be improper to observe that in both those instances, the one of Pennsylvania and the other of the United States, there is no such thing as the idea of a compact between the people on one side and the government on the other. The compact was that of the people with each other to produce and constitute a government. To suppose that any government can be a party in a compact with the whole people is to suppose it to have existence before it can have a right to exist. The only instance in which a compact can take place between the people and those who exercise the government is that the people shall pay them while they choose to employ them. Government is not a trade which any man or any body of men has a right to set up and exercise for his own emolument, but is altogether a trust, in right of those by whom that trust is delegated, and by whom it is always resumable. It has of itself no rights. They are altogether duties. Having thus given two instances of the original formation of the Constitution, I will show the manner in which both have been changed since their first establishment. The powers vested in the governments of the several states by the states' constitutions were found upon experience to be too great, and those vested in the federal government by the Act of Confederation too little. The defect was not in the principle, but in the distribution of power. Numerous publications, in pamphlets and in the newspapers, appeared on the propriety and necessity of new modeling the federal government. After some time of public discussion, carried on through the channel of the press and in conversations, the state of Virginia, experiencing some inconvenience with respect to commerce, proposed holding a continental conference, in consequence of which a deputation from 5 or 6 state assemblies met at Annapolis in Maryland in 1786. This meeting, not conceiving itself sufficiently authorized to go into the business of a reform, did no more than state their general opinions of the propriety of the measure, and recommended that a convention of all the states should be held the year following. The convention met at Philadelphia in May 1787, of which General Washington was elected president. He was not at that time connected with any of the state governments or with Congress. He delivered up his commission when the war ended, and since then had lived a private citizen. The convention went deeply into all the subjects, and having, after a variety of debate and investigation, agreed among themselves upon the several parts of a federal constitution, the next question was the manner of giving it authority and practice. For this purpose they did not, like a cabal of courtiers, send for a Dutch stadtholder or a German elector, but they referred the whole matter to the sense and interest of the country. They first directed that the proposed constitution should be published. Secondly, that each state should elect a convention expressly for the purpose of taking it into consideration and of ratifying or rejecting it, and that as soon as the approbation and ratification of any 9 states should be given, that those states shall proceed to the election of their proportion of members to the new federal government, and that the operation of it should then begin, and the former federal government cease. The several states proceeded accordingly to elect their conventions. Some of those conventions ratified the Constitution by very large majorities, and 2 or 3 unanimously. In others, there were much debate and division of opinion. In the Massachusetts Convention, which met at Boston, the majority was not above 19 or 20 in about 300 members. But such is the nature of representative government that it quietly decides all matters by majority. After the debate in the Massachusetts Convention was closed and the vote taken, the objecting members rose and declared that though they had argued and voted against it, because certain parts appeared to them in a different light to what they appeared to other members, yet, as the vote had decided in favor of the Constitution as proposed, they should give it the same practical support as if they had for it. As soon as 9 states had concurred, and the rest followed in the order their conventions were elected, the old fabric of the federal government was taken down and the new one erected, of which General Washington is president. In this place I cannot help remarking that the character and services of this gentleman are sufficient to put all those men called kings to shame. While they are receiving from the sweat and labors of mankind a prodigality of pay, to which neither their abilities nor their services can entitle them, he is rendering every service in his power and refusing every pecuniary reward. He accepted no pay as commander-in-chief. He accepts none as President of the United States. After the new federal Constitution was established, the state of Pennsylvania, conceiving that some parts of its own constitution required to be altered, elected a convention for that purpose. The proposed alterations were published, and, the people concurring therein, they were established. In forming those constitutions, or in altering them, little or no inconvenience took place. The ordinary course of things was not interrupted, and the advantages have been much. It is always the interest of a far greater number of people in a nation to have things right than to let them remain wrong. And when public matters are open to debate and the public judgment free, it will not decide wrong unless it decides too hastily. In the 2 instances of changing the constitutions, the governments then in being were not actors either way. Government has no right to make itself a party in any debate respecting the principles or modes of forming or of changing constitutions. It is not for the benefit of those who exercise the powers of government that constitutions and the governments issuing from them are established. In all those matters, the right of judging and acting are in those who pay and not in those who receive. A constitution is the property of a nation and not of those who exercise the government. All the constitutions of America are declared to be established on the authority of the people. In France, the word nation is used instead of people, but in both cases, A constitution is a thing antecedent to the government and always distinct therefrom. In England, it is not difficult to perceive that everything has a constitution, except the nation. Every society and association that is established first agreed upon a number of original articles, digested into form, which are its constitution. It then appointed its officers, whose powers and authorities are described in that constitution, and the government of that society then commenced. Those officers, by whatever name they are called, have no authority to add to, alter, or abridge the original articles. It is only to the constituting power that this right belongs. From the want of understanding the difference between a constitution and a government, Dr. Johnson, and all writers of his description, have always bewildered themselves. They could not but perceive that there must necessarily be a controlling power existing somewhere, and they placed this power in the discretion of the persons exercising the government, instead of placing it in a constitution formed by the nation. When it is in a constitution, it has the nation for its support, and the natural and the political controlling powers are together. The laws which are enacted by governments control men only as individuals, but the nation, through its constitution, controls the whole government, and has a natural ability to do so. The final controlling power, therefore, and the original constituting power are one and the same power. Dr. Johnson could not have advanced such a position in any country where there was a constitution, and he is himself an evidence that no such thing as a constitution exists in England. But it may be put as a question, not improper to be investigated, that if a constitution does not exist, how came the idea of its existence so generally established? In order to decide this question, it is necessary to consider a constitution in both its cases. First, as creating the government and giving it powers. Secondly, as regulating and restraining the powers so given. If we begin with William of Normandy, we find that the government of England was originally a tyranny, founded on an invasion and conquest of the country. This being admitted, it will then appear that the exertion of the nation at different periods to abate that tyranny and render it less intolerable has been credited for a constitution. Magna Carta, as it was called, it is now like an almanac of the same date, was no more than compelling the government to renounce a part of its assumptions. It did not create and give powers to government in a manner a constitution does, but was, as far as it went, of the nature of a reconquest and not a constitution. Nor could the nation have totally expelled the usurpation, as France has done its despotism. It would then have had a constitution to form. The history of the Edwards and the Henrys, and up to the commencements of the Stuarts, exhibits as many instances of tyranny as could be acted within the limits to which the nation had restricted it. The Stuarts endeavored to pass those limits, and their fate is well known. In all those instances we see nothing of a constitution, but only of restrictions on assumed power. After this, another William, descended from the same stock, and claiming from the same origin, gained possession, and of the two evils, James and William, the nation preferred what it thought the least, since, from circumstances, it must take one. The act, called the Bill of Rights, comes here into view. What is it but a bargain, which the parts of the government made with each other to divide powers, profits, and privileges? You shall have so much, and I will have the rest. And, with respect to the nation, it said, for your share, you shall have the right of petitioning. This being the case, the Bill of Rights is more properly a bill of wrongs and of insult. As to what is called the Convention Parliament, it was a thing that made itself, and then made the authority by which it acted. A few persons got together and called themselves by that name. Several of them had never been elected, and none of them for that purpose. From the time of William, a species of government arose, issuing out of this coalition Bill of Rights, and more so, since the corruption introduced at the Hanover succession by the agency of Walpole, That can be described by no other name than a despotic legislation. Though the parts may embarrass each other, the whole has no bounds, and the only right it acknowledges out of itself is the right of petitioning. Where, then, is the Constitution either that gives or restrains power? It is not because a part of the government is elective that makes it less a despotism, if the persons so elected possess afterwards, as a parliament, unlimited powers. Election, in this case, becomes separated from representation, and the candidates are candidates for despotism. I cannot believe that any nation, reasoning on its own rights, would have thought of calling these things a constitution if the cry of constitution had not been set up by the government. It has got into circulation like the words bore and quos, quiz, by being chalked up in the speeches of Parliament, as those words were on window shutters and doorposts. But whatever the Constitution may be in other respects, it has undoubtedly been the most productive machine of taxation that was ever invented. The taxes in France, under the new Constitution, are not quite 13 shillings per head, and the taxes in England, under what is called its present Constitution, are 48 shillings and 6 pence per head, men, women, and children, amounting to nearly 17 millions sterling, besides the expense of collecting, which is upwards of 1 million more. In a country like England, where the whole of the civil government is executed by the people of every town and county, by means of parish officers, magistrates, quarterly sessions, juries, and assize, without any trouble to what is called the government, or any other expense to the revenue than the salary of the judges, it is astonishing how such a mass of taxes can be employed. Not even the internal defense of the country is paid out of the revenue. On all occasions, whether real or contrived, recourse is continually had to new loans and new taxes. No wonder, then, that a machine of government so advantageous to the advocates of a court should be so triumphantly extolled. No wonder that St. James's or St. Stephen's should echo with the continual cry of Constitution. No wonder that the French Revolution should be reprobated, and the res publica treated with reproach. The Red Book of England, like the Red Book of France, will explain the reason. I will now, by way of relaxation, turn a thought or two to Mr. Burke. I ask his pardon for neglecting him for so long. America, says he, in his speech on the Canada Constitution Bill, never dreamed of such absurd doctrine as the rights of man. Mr. Burke is such a bold presumer and advances his assertions and his premises with such a deficiency of judgment that, without troubling ourselves about principles of philosophy or politics, the mere logical conclusions they produce are ridiculous. For instance, if governments, as Mr. Burke asserts, are not founded on the rights of man and are founded on any rights at all, they consequently must be founded on the right of something that is not man. What then is that something? Generally speaking, we know of no other creatures that inhabit the earth than man and beast, and in all cases where only two things offer themselves, and one must be admitted, a negation proved on any one amounts to an affirmation on the other, and therefore Mr. Burke, by proving against the rights of man, proves in behalf of the beast, and consequently proves that government is a beast. And as difficult things sometimes explain each other, we now see the origin of keeping wild beasts in the tower, for they certainly can be of no other use than to show the origin of government. They are in the place of a constitution. O John Bull, what honors thou hast lost by not being a wild beast! Thou mightest, on Mr. Burke's system, have been in the tower for life. If Mr. Burke's arguments have not weight enough to keep one serious, the fault is less mine than his, and, as I am willing to make an apology to the reader for the liberty I have taken, I hope Mr. Burke will also make his for giving the cause. Having thus paid Mr. Burke the compliment of remembering him, I return to the subject. From the want of a constitution in England to restrain and regulate the wild impulse of power, many of the laws are irrational and tyrannical, and the administration of them vague and problematical. The attention of the government of England, for I rather choose to call it by this name than the English government, appears, since its political connection with Germany, to have been so completely engrossed and absorbed by foreign affairs and the means of raising taxes that it seems to exist for no other purposes. Domestic concerns are neglected, and with respect to regular law, there is scarcely such a thing. Almost every case must now be determined by some precedent, be that precedent good or bad, or whether it properly applies or not. And the practice has become so general as to suggest a suspicion that it proceeds from a deeper policy than at first sight appears. Since the Revolution of America, and more so since that of France, this preaching up the doctrines of precedents, drawn from times and circumstances antecedent to those events, has been the studied practice of the English government. The generality of those precedents are founded on principles and opinions, the reverse of what they ought, and the greater distance of time they are drawn from, the more they are to be suspected. But by associating those precedents with a superstitious reverence for ancient things, as monks show relics and call them holy, the generality of mankind are deceived into the design. Governments now act as if they were afraid to awaken a single reflection in man. They are softly leading him to the sepulchre of precedents, to deaden his faculties and call attention from the scene of revolutions. They feel that he is arriving at knowledge faster than they wish, and their policy of precedents is the barometer of their fears. This political popery, like the ecclesiastical popery of old, has had its day, and is hastening to its exit. The ragged relic and the antiquated precedent, the monk and the monarch, will molder together. Government by precedent, without any regard to the principle of the precedent, is one of the vilest systems that can be set up. In numerous instances, the precedent ought to operate as a warning and not as an example, and requires to be shunned instead of imitated. But instead of this, precedents are taken in the lump and put at once for constitution and for law. Either the doctrine of precedents is policy to keep a man in a state of ignorance, or it is a practical confession that wisdom degenerates in governments as governments increase in age, and can only hobble along by the stilts and crutches of precedents. How is it that the same persons who would proudly be thought wiser than their predecessors appear at the same time only as the ghosts of departed wisdom? How strangely is antiquity treated! To some purposes, it is spoken of as the times of darkness and ignorance, and, to answer others, it is put for the light of the world. If the doctrine of precedents is to be followed, the expenses of government need not continue the same. Why pay men extravagantly who have but little to do? If everything that can happen is already in precedent, legislation is at an end, and precedent, like a dictionary, determines every case. Either, therefore, government has arrived at its dotage and requires to be renovated, or all the occasions for exercising its wisdom have occurred. We now see all over Europe, and particularly in England, the curious phenomenon of a nation looking one way and the government the other, the one forward and the other backward. If governments are to go on by precedent, while nations go on by improvement, they must at last come to a final separation, and the sooner, the more civilly they determine this point, the better. Having thus spoken of constitutions generally, as things distinct from actual governments, let us proceed to consider the parts of which a constitution is composed. Opinions differ more on this subject than with respect to the whole. That a nation ought to have a constitution, as a rule for the conduct of its government, is a simple question in which all men, not directly courtiers, will agree. It is only on the component parts that questions and opinions multiply. But this difficulty, like every other, will diminish when put into a train of being rightly understood. The first thing is that a nation has a right to establish a constitution. Whether it exercises this right in the most judicious manner at first is quite another case. It exercises it agreeably to the judgment it possesses, and by continuing to do so, all errors will at last be exploded. When this right is established in a nation, there is no fear that it will be employed to its own injury. A nation can have no interest in being wrong. Though all the constitutions of America are on one general principle, yet no two of them are exactly alike in their component parts, or in the distribution of the powers which they give to the actual governments. Some are more, and others less complex. In forming a constitution, it is necessary to consider what are the ends for which the government is necessary. Secondly, what are the best means and least expensive for accomplishing those ends? Government is nothing more than a national association, and the object of this association is the good of all, as well individually as collectively. Every man wishes to pursue his occupation and to enjoy the fruits of his labors and the produce of his property in peace and safety, and with the least possible expense. When these things are accomplished, all the objects for which government ought to be established are answered. It has been customary to consider government under three distinct general heads: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. But if we permit our judgment to act unencumbered by the habit of multiplied terms, we can perceive no more than two divisions of power, of which civil government is composed, namely, that of legislating or enacting laws, and that of executing or administering them. Everything, therefore, appertaining to civil government classes itself under one or other of these two divisions. So far as regards the execution of the laws, that which is called the judicial power is strictly and properly the executive power of every country. It is that power to which every individual has appeal, and which causes the laws to be executed. Neither have we any other clear idea with respect to the official execution of the laws. In England, and also in America and France, this power begins with the magistrate and proceeds up through all the courts of judicature. I leave to courtiers to explain what is meant by calling monarchy the executive power. It's merely a name in which acts of government are done, and any other, or none at all, would answer the same purpose. Laws have neither more nor less authority on this account. It must be from the justness of their principles, and the interest which a nation feels therein that they derive support. If they require any other than this, it is a sign that something in the system of government is imperfect. Laws difficult to be executed cannot be generally good. With respect to the organization of the legislative power, different modes have been adopted in different countries. In America, it is generally composed of two houses. In France, it consists but of one, but in both countries, it is wholly by representation. The case is that mankind, from the long tyranny of assumed power, have had so few opportunities of making the necessary trials on modes and principles of government in order to discover the best, that government is but now beginning to be known, and experience is yet wanting to determine many particulars. The objections against two houses are, first, that there is an inconsistency in any part of a whole legislature, coming to a final determination by vote on any matter, whilst that matter, with respect to that whole, is yet only in a train of deliberation, and consequently open to new illustrations. Secondly, that by taking the vote on each as a separate body, it always admits of the possibility, and is often the case in practice, that the minority governs the majority, and that in some instances to a degree of great inconsistency. Thirdly, that two houses arbitrarily checking or controlling each other is inconsistent, because it cannot be proved on the principles of just representation that either should be wiser or better than the other. They may check in the wrong as well as in the right, therefore to give the power where we cannot give the wisdom to use it, nor be assured of its being rightly used, renders the hazard at least equal to the precaution. The objection against a single house is, that it is always in a condition of committing itself too soon. But it should at the same time be remembered that when there is a constitution which defines the power and establishes the principles within which a legislature shall act, there is already a more effectual check provided, and more powerfully operating than any other check can be. For example, were a bill to be brought into any of the American legislatures similar to that which was passed into an act by the English Parliament at the commencement of George I, to extend the duration of the assemblies to a longer period than they now sit, the check is in the Constitution, which in effect says, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no further." But in order to remove the objection against a single house, that of acting with too quick an impulse, and at the same time to avoid the inconsistencies, in some cases absurdities arising from two houses, the following method has been proposed as an improvement upon both. First, to have but one representation. Secondly, to divide that representation by lot into 2 or 3 parts. Thirdly, that every proposed bill shall be first debated in those parts by succession, that they may become the hearers of each other, but without taking any vote, after which the whole representation to assemble for a general debate and determination by vote. To this proposed improvement has been added another for the purpose of keeping the representation in the state of constant renovation, which is that 1/3 of the representation of each county shall go out at the expiration of 1 year, and the number be replaced by new elections. Another third at the expiration of the 2nd year, replaced in like manner, and every 3rd year to be a general election. But in whatever manner the separate parts of a constitution may be arranged, there is one general principle that distinguishes freedom from slavery, which is that all hereditary government over a people is to them a species of slavery, and representative government is freedom. Considering government in the only light in which it should be considered, that of a national association, it ought to be so constructed as not to be disordered by any accident happening among the parts, and therefore no extraordinary power capable of producing such an effect should be lodged in the hands of any individual. The death, sickness, absence, or defection of any one individual in a government ought to be a matter of no more consequence with respect to the nation than if the same circumstance had taken place in a member of the English Parliament or the French National Assembly. Scarcely anything presents a more degrading character of national greatness than its being thrown into confusion by anything happening to or acted by any individual. And the ridiculousness of the scene is often increased by the natural insignificance of the person by whom it is occasioned. Were a government so constructed that it could not go on unless a goose or a gander were present in the Senate, the difficulties would be just as great and as real on the flight or sickness of the goose or the gander as if it were called a king. We laugh at individuals for the silly difficulties they make to themselves, without perceiving that the greatest of all ridiculous things are acted in governments. All the constitutions of America are on a plan that excludes the childish embarrassments which occur in monarchical countries. No suspension of government can there take place for a moment from any circumstances whatever. The system of representation provides for everything and is the only system in which nations and governments can always appear in their proper character. An extraordinary power ought not to be lodged in the hands of any individual. So ought there to be no appropriations of public money to any person beyond what his services in a state may be worth. It signifies not whether a man be called a president, a king, an emperor, a senator, or by any other name which propriety or folly may devise or arrogance assume. It is only a certain service he can perform in the state, and the service of any such individual in the routine of office, whether such office be called monarchical, presidential, senatorial, or by any other name or title, can never exceed the value of £10,000 a year. All the great services that are done in the world are performed by volunteer characters who accept nothing for them. But the routine of office is always regulated to such a general standard of abilities as to be within the compass of numbers in every country to perform, and therefore cannot merit very extraordinary recompense. Government, says Swift, is a plain thing, and fitted to the capacity of many heads. It is inhuman to talk of £1,000,000 a year, paid out of the public taxes of any country for the support of any individual, whilst thousands who are forced to contribute thereto are pining with want and struggling with misery. Government does not consist in a contrast between prisons and palaces, between poverty and pomp. It is not instituted to rob the needy of his mite and increase the wretchedness of the wretched. But on this part of the subject I shall speak hereafter, and confine myself at present to political observations. While extraordinary power and extraordinary pay are allotted to any individual in government, he becomes the center round which every kind of corruption generates and forms. Give to any man £1,000,000 a year, and add thereto the power of creating and disposing of places at the expense of a country, and the liberties of that country are no longer secure. What is called the splendor of a throne is no other than the corruption of the state. It is made up of a band of parasites, living in luxurious indolence out of the public taxes. When one such a vicious system is established, it becomes the guard and protection of all inferior abuses. The man who is in the receipt of £1,000,000 a year is the last person to promote a spirit of reform, lest, in the event, it should reach to himself. It is always his interest to defend inferior abuses, as so many outworks to protect the citadel, and, on this species of political fortification, all the parts have such a common dependence that it is never to be expected that they will attack each other. Monarchy would not have continued so many ages in the world had it not been for the abuses it protects. It is the master fraud which shelters all others. By admitting a participation of the spoil, it makes itself friends, and when it ceases to do this, it will cease to be the idol of courtiers. As the principle on which constitutions are now formed rejects all hereditary pretensions to government, it also rejects all that catalogue of assumptions known by the name of prerogatives. If there is any government where prerogatives might, with apparent safety, be entrusted to any individual, it is in the federal government of America. The President of the United States of America is elected only for 4 years. He's not only responsible in the general sense of the word, but a particular mode is laid down in the Constitution for trying him. He cannot be elected under 35 years of age, and he must be a native of the country. In a comparison of these cases with the government of England, the difference when applied to the latter amounts to an absurdity. In England, the person who exercises prerogative is often a foreigner, always half a foreigner, and always married to a foreigner. He is never in full natural or political connection with the country, is not responsible for anything, and becomes of age at 18 years. Yet such a person is permitted to form foreign alliances without even the knowledge of the nation, and to make war and peace without its consent. But this is not all. Though such a person cannot dispose of the government in the manner of a testator, he dictates the marriage connections which, in effect, accomplish a great part of the same end. He cannot directly bequeath half the government to Prussia, but he can form a marriage partnership that will produce almost the same thing. Under such circumstances, it is happy for England that she is not situated on the continent, or she might, like Holland, fall under the dictatorship of Prussia. Holland, by marriage, is as effectually governed by Prussia as if the old tyranny of bequeathing the government had been the means. The presidency in America, or, as it is sometimes called, the executive, is the only office from which a foreigner is excluded, and in England it is the only one to which he is admitted. A foreigner cannot be a member of Parliament, but he may be what is called a king. If there is any reason for excluding foreigners, it ought to be from those offices where mischief can most be acted, and where, by uniting every bias of interest and attachment, the trust is best secured. But as nations proceed in the great business of forming constitutions, they will examine with more precision into the nature and business of that department which is called the executive. What the executive and judicial departments are, everyone can see, but with respect to what in Europe is called the executive, as distinct from those two, it is either a political superfluity or a chaos of unknown things. Some kind of official department, to which reports shall be made from the different parts of a nation or from abroad, to be laid before the national representatives, is all that is necessary. But there is no consistency in calling this the executive, neither can it be considered in any other light than as inferior to the legislative. The sovereign authority in any country is the power of making laws, and everything else is an official department. Next, to the arrangement of the principles and the organization of the several parts of a constitution, is the provision to be made for the support of the persons to whom the nation shall confide the administration of the constitutional powers. A nation can have no right to the time and services of any person at his own expense, whom it may choose to employ or entrust in any department whatever. Neither can any reason be given for making provision for the support of any one part of a government and not for the other. But admitting that the honor of being entrusted with any part of a government is to be considered a sufficient reward, it ought to be so to every person alike. If the members of the legislature of any country are to serve at their own expense, that which is called the executive, whether monarchical or by any other name, ought to serve in like manner. It is inconsistent to pay the one and accept the service of the other gratis. In America, every department in the government is decently provided for, but no one is extravagantly paid. Every member of Congress and of the assemblies is allowed a sufficiency for his expenses, whereas in England, a most prodigal provision is made for the support of one part of the government and none for the other, the consequence of which is that the one is furnished with the means of corruption and the other is put into the condition of being corrupted. Less than a fourth part of such expense, applied as it is in America, would remedy a great part of the corruption. Another reform in the American Constitution is the exploding all oaths of personality. The oath of allegiance in America is to the nation only. The putting any individual as a figure for a nation is improper. The happiness of a nation is the superior object, and therefore the intention of an oath of allegiance ought not to be obscured by being figuratively taken to or in the name of any person. The oath, called the civic oath in France, viz., the nation, the law, and the king, is improper. If taken at all, it ought to be as in America, to the nation only. The law may or may not be good, but in this place it can have no other meaning than as being conducive to the happiness of a nation, and therefore is included in it. The remainder of the oath is improper on the ground that all personal oaths ought to be abolished. They are the remains of tyranny on one part and slavery on the other, and the name of the Creator ought not to be introduced to witness the degradation of his creation. Or if taken, as is already mentioned, as figurative of the nation, it is in this place redundant. But whatever apology may be made for oaths at the first establishment of a government, they ought not to be permitted afterwards. If a government requires the support of oaths, it is a sign that it is not worth supporting and ought not to be supported. Make government what it ought to be, and it will support itself. To conclude this part of the subject, one of the greatest improvements that have been made for the perpetual security and progress of constitutional liberty is the provision which the new constitutions make for occasionally revising, altering, and amending them. The principle upon which Mr. Burke formed his political creed, that of binding and controlling posterity to the end of time, and of renouncing and abdicating the rights of all posterity forever, is now become too detestable to be made a subject of debate, and therefore I pass it over with no other notice than exposing it. Government is but now beginning to be known. Hitherto, it has been the mere exercise of power, which forbade all effectual enquiry into rights and grounded itself wholly on possession. While the enemy of liberty was its judge, the progress of its principles must have been small indeed. The constitutions of America, and also that of France, have either affixed a period for their revision or laid down the mode by which improvement shall be made. It is perhaps impossible to establish anything that combines principles with opinions and practice, which the progress of circumstances, through a length of years, will not in some measure derange or render inconsistent. And therefore, to prevent inconveniences accumulating till they discourage reformations or provoke revolutions, it is best to provide the means of regulating them as they occur. The rights of man are the rights of all generations of men, and cannot be monopolized by any. That which is worth following will be followed for the sake of its worth, and it is in this that its security lies, and not in any conditions with which it may be encumbered. When a man leaves property to his heirs, he does not connect it with an obligation that they shall accept it. Why, then, should we do otherwise with respect to constitutions? The best constitution that could now be devised, consistent with the condition of the present moment, may be far short of that excellence which a few years may afford. There is a morning of reason rising upon man on the subject of government that has not appeared before. As the barbarism of the present old governments expires, the moral conditions of nations with respect to each other will be changed. Man will not be brought up with the savage idea of considering his species as his enemy, because the accident of birth gave the individual's existence in countries distinguished by different names. And, as constitutions have always some relation to external as well as to domestic circumstances, the means of benefiting by every change, foreign or domestic, should be a part of every constitution. We already see an alteration in the national disposition of England and France towards each other, which, when we look back to only a few years, is itself a revolution. Who could have foreseen, or who could have believed, that a French National Assembly would ever have been a popular toast in England, or that a friendly alliance of the two nations should become the wish of either? It shows that man, were he not corrupted by governments, is naturally the friend of man, and that human nature is not of itself vicious. That spirit of jealousy and ferocity which the governments of the two countries inspired, and which they rendered subservient to the purpose of taxation, is now yielding to the dictates of reason, interest, and humanity. The trade of courts is beginning to be understood, and the affectation of mystery, with all the artificial sorcery by which they imposed about mankind, is on the decline. It has received its death wound, and though it may linger, it will expire. Government ought to be as much open to improvement as anything which appertains to man, instead of which it has been monopolized from age to age by the most ignorant and vicious of the human race. Need we any other proof of their wretched management than the excess of debts and taxes with which every nation groans, and the quarrels into which they have precipitated the world? Just emerging from such a barbarous condition, it is too soon to determine to what extent of improvement government may yet be carried. For what we can foresee, all Europe may form but one great republic, and man be free of the whole. Chapter 5. Ways and means of improving the condition of Europe, interspersed with miscellaneous observations. In contemplating a subject that embraces with equatorial magnitude the whole region of humanity, it is impossible to confine the pursuit in one single direction. It takes ground on every character and condition that appertains to man, and blends the individual, the nation, and the world. From a small spark kindled in America, a flame has arisen, not to be extinguished. Without consuming, like the ultima ratio regum, it winds its progress from nation to nation, and conquers by a silent operation. Man finds himself changed. He scarcely perceives how. He acquires a knowledge of his rights by attending justly to his interest, and discovers in the event that the strength and powers of despotism consist wholly in the fear of resisting it, and that, in order to be free, it is sufficient that he wills it. Having in all the preceding parts of this work endeavored to establish a system of principles as a basis on which governments ought to be erected, I shall proceed in this to the ways and means of rendering them into practice. But in order to introduce this part of the subject with more propriety and stronger effect, some preliminary observations, deducible from or connected with those principles, are necessary. Whatever the form or constitution of government may be, it ought to have no other object than the general happiness. When, instead of this, it operates to create and increase wretchedness in any of the parts of society, it is on a wrong system, and reformation is necessary. Customary language has classed the condition of man under the two descriptions of civilized and uncivilized life. To the one, it has ascribed felicity and affluence, to the other, hardship and want. But however our imagination may be impressed by painting and comparison, it is nevertheless true that a great portion of mankind, in what are called civilized countries, are in a state of poverty and wretchedness, far below the condition of an Indian. I speak not of one country, but of all. It is so in England. It is so all over Europe. Let us inquire into the cause. It lies not in any natural defect of the principles of civilization, but in preventing those principles having a universal operation, the consequence of which is a perpetual system of war and expense that drains the country and defeats the general felicity of which civilization is capable. All the European governments, France now excepted, are constructed not on the principle of universal civilization, but on the reverse of it. So far as those governments relate to each other, they are in the same condition as we conceive of savage, uncivilized life. They put themselves beyond the law, as well of God as of man, and are, with respect to principle and reciprocal conduct, like so many individuals in a state of nature. The inhabitants of every country, under the civilization of laws, easily civilize together, but governments being yet in an uncivilized state, and almost continually, or they pervert the abundance which civilized life produces to carry on the uncivilized part to a greater extent. By thus engrafting the barbarism of government upon the internal civilization of a country, it draws from the latter, and more especially from the poor, a great portion of those earnings which should be applied to their own subsistence and comfort. Apart from all reflections of morality and philosophy, it is a melancholy fact that more than 1/4 of the labor of mankind is annually consumed by this barbarous system. What has served to continue this evil is the pecuniary advantage which all the governments of Europe have found in keeping up this state of uncivilization. It affords to them pretenses for power and revenue for which there would be neither occasion nor apology if the circle of civilization were rendered complete. Civil government alone, or the government of laws, is not productive of pretenses for many taxes. It operates at home, directly under the eye of the country, and precludes the possibility of much imposition. But when the scene is laid in the uncivilized contention of governments, the field of pretenses is enlarged, and the country, being no longer a judge, is open to every imposition which governments please to act. Not a 30th, scarcely a 40th part of the taxes which are raised in England are either occasioned by or applied to the purpose of civil government. It is not difficult to see that the whole which the actual government does in this respect is to enact laws, and that the country administers and executes them at its own expense by means of magistrates, juries, sessions, and assize over and above the taxes which it pays. In this view of the case, we have two distinct characters of government. The one, the civil government, or the government of laws, which operates at home, and the other the court or cabinet government, which operates abroad on the rude plan of uncivilized life. The one attended with little charge, the other with boundless extravagance. And so distinct are the two, that if the latter were to sink, as it were, by a sudden opening of the earth and totally disappear, the former would not be deranged. It would still proceed, because it is the common interest of the nation that it should, and all the means are in practice. Revolutions there have for their object a change in the moral condition of governments, and with this change, the burden of public taxes will lessen, and civilization will be left to the enjoyment of that abundance of which it is now deprived. In contemplating the whole of this subject, I extend my views into the Department of Commerce. In all my publications, where the matter would admit, I've been an advocate for commerce because I am a friend to its effects. It is a pacific system operating to cordialize mankind by rendering nations, as well as individuals, useful to each other. As to the mere theoretical reformation, I have never preached it up. The most effectual process is that of improving the condition of man by means of his interest, and it is on this ground that I take my stand. If commerce were permitted to act to the universal extent it is capable, it would extirpate the system of war and produce a revolution in the uncivilized state of governments. The invention of commerce has arisen since those governments began, and is the greatest approach towards universal civilization that has yet been made by any means not immediately flowing from moral principles. Whatever has a tendency to promote the civil intercourse of nations by an exchange of benefits is a subject as worthy of philosophy as of politics. Commerce is no other than the traffic of two individuals multiplied on a scale of numbers, and by the same rule that nature intended for the intercourse of two, she intended that of all. For this purpose, she has distributed the materials of manufactures and commerce in various and distant parts of a nation and of the world. And as they cannot be procured by war so cheaply or so commodiously as by commerce, she has rendered the latter the means of extirpating the former. As the two are nearly the opposite of each other, consequently, the uncivilized state of the European governments is injurious to commerce. Every kind of destruction or embarrassment serves to lessen the quantity, and it makes but little in what part of the commercial world the reduction begins. Like blood, it cannot be taken from any of the parts without being taken from the whole mass in circulation, and all partake of the loss. When the ability in any nation to buy is destroyed, it equally involves the seller. Could the government of England destroy the commerce of all other nations, she would most effectually ruin her own. It is possible that a nation may be the carrier for the world, but she cannot be the merchant. She cannot be the seller and buyer of her own merchandise. The ability to buy must reside out of herself, and therefore the prosperity of any commercial nation is regulated by the prosperity of the rest. If they are poor, she cannot be rich, and her condition, be what it may, is an index of the height of the commercial tide in other nations. That the principles of commerce and its universal operation may be understood, without understanding the practice, is a position that reason will not deny, and it is on this ground only that I argue the subject. It is one thing in the counting house, in the world it is another. With respect to its operation, it must necessarily be contemplated as a reciprocal thing, that only one half its powers resides within the nation, and that the whole is as effectually destroyed by the destroying the half that resides without, as if the destruction had been committed on that which is within. For neither can act without the other. When in the last, as well as in former wars, the commerce of England sunk, it was because the quantity was lessened everywhere, and it now rises because commerce is in a rising state in every nation. If England, at this day, imports and exports more than at any former period, the nations with which she trades must necessarily do the same. Her imports are their exports, and vice versa. There can be no such thing as a nation flourishing alone in commerce. She can only participate, and the destruction of it in any part must necessarily affect all. When, therefore, governments are at war, the attack is made upon a common stock of commerce, and the consequence is the same as if each had attacked its own. The present increase of commerce is not to be attributed to ministers or to any political contrivances, but to its own natural operation in consequence of peace. The regular markets have been destroyed, the channels of trade broken up, the high road of the seas infested with robbers of every nation, and the attention of the world called to other objects. Those interruptions have ceased, and peace has restored the deranged condition of things to their proper order. It is worth remarking that every nation reckons the balance of trade in its own favor, and therefore something must be irregular in the common ideas upon this subject. The fact, however, is true, according to what is called a balance, and it is from this cause that commerce is universally supported. Every nation feels the advantage, or it would abandon the practice. But the deception lies in the mode of making up the accounts, and in attributing what are called profits to a wrong cause. Mr. Pitt has sometimes amused himself by showing what he called a balance of trade from the Custom House books. This mode of calculating not only affords no rule that is true, but one that is false. In the first place, every cargo that departs from the Custom House appears on the books as an export, and according to the Custom House balance, the losses at sea and by foreign failures are all reckoned on the side of profit, because they appear as exports. Secondly, because the importation by the smuggling trade does not appear on the Custom House books to arrange against the exports. No balance, therefore, as applying to superior advantages, can be drawn from these documents. And if we examine the natural operation of commerce, the idea is fallacious, and if true, would soon be injurious. The great support of commerce consists in the balance being a level of benefits among all nations. Two merchants of different nations trading together will both become rich, and each makes the balance in his own favor. Consequently, they do not get rich of each other, and it is the same with respect to the nations in which they reside. The case must be that each nation must get rich out of its own means, and increase that riches by something which it procures from another in exchange. If a merchant in England sends an article of English manufacture abroad, which costs him a shilling at home, and imports something which sells for 2, he makes a balance of 1 shilling in his favor. But this is not gained out of the foreign nation or the foreign merchant, for he also does the same by the articles he receives, and neither has the advantage upon the other. The original value of the 2 articles in their proper countries was but 2 shillings, but by changing their places, they acquire a new idea of value equal to double what they had first, and that increased value is equally divided. There is no otherwise a balance on foreign than on domestic commerce. The merchants of London and Newcastle trade on the same principles as if they resided in different nations, and make their balances in the same manner, yet London does not get rich out of Newcastle any more than Newcastle out of London. But coals, the merchandise of Newcastle, have an additional value at London, and London merchandise has the same at Newcastle. Though the principle of all commerce is the same, the domestic, in a national view, is the part the most beneficial, because the whole of the advantages on both sides rests within the nation, whereas in foreign commerce it is only a participation of 1/2. The most unprofitable of all commerce is that connected with foreign dominion. To a few individuals it may be beneficial merely because it is commerce, but to the nation it is a loss. The expense of maintaining dominion more than absorbs the profits of any trade. It does not increase the general quantity in the world, but operates to lessen it. And as a greater mass would be afloat by relinquishing dominion, the participation without the expense would be more valuable than a greater quantity with it. But it is impossible to engross commerce by dominion, and therefore it is still more fallacious. It cannot exist in confined channels, and necessarily breaks out by regular or irregular means that defeat the attempt. And to succeed would be still worse. France, since the Revolution, has been more indifferent as to foreign possessions, and other nations will become the same when they investigate the subject with respect to commerce. To the expensive dominion is to be added that of navies, and when the amounts of the two are subtracted from the profits of commerce, it will appear that what is called the balance of trade, even admitting it to exist, is not enjoyed by the nation, but absorbed by the government. The idea of having navies for the protection of commerce is delusive. It is putting means of destruction for the means of protection. Commerce needs no other protection than the reciprocal interest which every nation feels in supporting it. It is common stock. It exists by a balance of advantages to all, and the only interruption it meets is from the present uncivilized state of governments, and which it is its common interest to reform. Quitting this subject, I now proceed to other matters. As it is necessary to include England in the prospect of a general reformation, it is proper to inquire into the defects of its government. It is only by each nation reforming its own that the whole can be improved, and the full benefit of reformation enjoyed. Only partial advantages can flow from partial reforms. France and England are the only two countries in Europe where a reformation in government could have successfully begun. The one, secure by the ocean, and the other by the immensity of its internal strength, could defy the malignancy of foreign despotism. But it is with revolutions as with commerce, the advantages increase by their becoming general, and double to either what each would receive alone. As a new system is now opening to the view of the world, the European courts are plotting to counteract it. Alliances, contrary to all former systems, are agitating, and a common interest of courts is forming against the common interest of man. This combination draws a line that runs throughout Europe and presents a cause so entirely new as to exclude all calculations from former circumstances. While despotism warred with despotism, man had no interest in the contest. But in a cause that unites the soldier with the citizen and nation with nation, the despotism of courts, though it feels the danger and meditates revenge, is afraid to strike. No question has arisen within the records of history that pressed with the importance of the present. It is not whether this or that party shall be in or not, or Whig or Tory, high or low shall prevail, but whether a man shall inherit his rights and universal civilization take place, whether the fruits of his labor shall be enjoyed by himself or consumed by the profligacy of governments, whether robbery shall be banished from courts and wretchedness from countries. When, in countries that are called civilized, we see age going to the workhouse and youth to the gallows, something must be wrong in the system of government. It would seem, by the exterior appearance of such countries, that all was happiness. But there lies, hidden from the eye of common observation, a mass of wretchedness that has scarcely any other chance than to expire in poverty or infamy. Its entrance into life is marked with the presage of its fate, and until this is remedied, it is in vain to punish. Civil government does not exist in executions, but in making such provision for the instruction of youth and the support of age as to exclude, as much as possible, profligacy from the one and despair from the other. Instead of this, the resources of the country are lavished upon kings, upon courts, upon hirelings, impostors, and prostitutes, and even the poor themselves, with all their wants upon them, are compelled to support the fraud that oppresses them. Why is it that scarcely any are executed but the poor? The fact is a proof, among other things, of the wretchedness in their condition. Bred up without morals, and cast upon the world without a prospect, They are the exposed sacrifice of vice and legal barbarity. The millions that are superfluously wasted upon governments are more than sufficient to reform those evils and to benefit the condition of every man in a nation, not included with the purlieus of a court. This I hope to make appear in the progress of this work. It is the nature of compassion to associate with misfortune. In taking up this subject, I seek no recompense. I fear no consequence. Fortified with that proud integrity that disdains to triumph or to yield, I will advocate the rights of man. It is to my advantage that I have served an apprenticeship to life. I know the value of moral instruction, and I have seen the danger of the contrary. At an early period, little more than 16 years of age, raw and adventurous, and heated with the false heroism of a master who had served in a man of war, I began the carver of my own fortune and entered on board the terrible privateer, Captain Death. From this adventure, I was happily prevented by the affectionate and moral remonstrance of a good father who, from his own habits of life, being of the Quaker profession, must begin to look upon me as lost. But the impression, much as it affected at the time, began to wear away, and I enter afterwards in the King of Prussia privateer, Captain Mendez, and went with her to sea. Yet, from such a beginning, and with all the inconvenience of early life against me, I am proud to say that with a perseverance undismayed by difficulties, a disinterestedness that compelled respect, I have not only contributed to raise a new empire in the world, founded on a new system of government, but I have arrived at an eminence in political literature, the most difficult of all lines to succeed and excel in, which aristocracy, with all its aids, has not been able to reach or to rival. Knowing my own heart, and feeling myself, as I do now, superior to all the skirmish of party, the inveteracy of invested or mistaken opponents, I answer not to falsehood or abuse, but proceed to the defects of the English government. I begin with charters and corporations. It is a perversion of terms to say that a charter gives rights. It operates by a contrary effect, that of taking rights away. Rights are inherently in all the inhabitants, but charters, by annulling those rights in the majority, leave the right by exclusion in the hands of a few. If charters were constructed so as to express in direct terms that every inhabitant who is not a member of a corporation shall not exercise the right of voting, such charters would, in the face, be charters not of rights, but of exclusion. The effect is the same under the form they now stand, and the only persons on whom they operate are the persons whom they exclude. Those whose rights are guaranteed, by not being taken away, exercise no other rights than as members of the community they are entitled to without a charter, and therefore all charters have no other than an indirect negative operation. They do not give rights to A, but they make a difference in favor of A by taking away the right of B, and consequently are instruments of injustice. But charters and corporations have a more extensive evil effect than what relates merely to elections. They are sources of endless contentions in the places where they exist, and they lessen the common rights of national society. A native of England, under the operation of these charters and corporations, cannot be said to be an Englishman in the full sense of the word. He is not free of the nation in the same manner that a Frenchman is free of France and an American of America. His rights are circumscribed to the town, and in some cases, to the parish of his birth, and all other parts, though in his native land, are to him as a foreign country. To acquire a residence in these, he must undergo a local naturalization by purchase, or he is forbidden or expelled the place. This species of feudality is kept up to aggrandize the corporations at the ruin of towns, and the effect is visible. The generality of corporation towns are in a state of solitary decay, and prevented from further ruin only by some circumstance in their situation, such as a navigable river or a plentiful surrounding country. As population is one of the chief sources of wealth, for without it, land itself has no value. Everything which operates to prevent it must lessen the value of property. And as corporations have not only this tendency, but directly this effect, they cannot but be injurious. If any policy were to be followed, instead of that of general freedom, to every person to settle where he chose, as in France or America, it would be more consistent to give encouragement to newcomers than to preclude their admission by exacting premiums from them. The persons most immediately interested in the abolition of corporations are the inhabitants of the towns where corporations are established. The instances of Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield show, by contrast, the injuries which those Gothic institutions are to property and commerce. A few examples may be found, such as that of London, whose natural and commercial advantage, owing to its situation on the Thames, is capable of bearing up against the political evils of a corporation, but in almost all other cases, the fatality is too visible to be doubted or denied. Though the whole nation is not so directly affected by the depression of property in corporation towns as the inhabitants themselves, it partakes of the consequence. By lessening the value of property, the quantity of national commerce is curtailed. Every man is a customer in proportion to his ability, and as all parts of a nation trade with each other, whatever affects any of the parts must necessarily communicate to the whole. As one of the houses of the English Parliament is, in a great measure, made up of elections from these corporations, and as it is unnatural that a pure stream should flow from a foul fountain, its vices are but a continuation of the vices of its origin. A man of moral honor and good political principles cannot submit to the mean drudgery and disgraceful arts by which such elections are carried. To be a successful candidate, he must be destitute of the qualities that constitute a just legislator, and, being thus disciplined to corruption by the mode of entering into Parliament, it is not to be expected that the representative should be better than the man. Mr. Burke, in speaking of the English representation, has advanced as bold a challenge as ever was given in the days of chivalry. Our representation, says he, has been found perfectly adequate to all the purposes for which a representation of the people can be desired or devised. I defy, continues he, the enemies of our Constitution to show the contrary. This declaration from a man who has been in constant opposition to all the measures of Parliament the whole of his political life, a year or two excepted, is most extraordinary, and comparing him with himself admits of no other alternative than that he acted against his judgment as a member, or has declared contrary to it as an author. But it is not in the representation only that the defects lie, and therefore I proceed in the next place to the aristocracy. What is called the House of Peers is constituted on a ground very similar to that against which there is no law in other cases. It accounts to a combination of persons in one common interest. No better reason can be given why a house of legislation should be composed entirely of men whose occupation consists in letting landed property than why it should be composed of those who hire, or of brewers, or bakers, or any other separate class of men. Mr. Burke calls this house the great ground and pillar of security to the landed interest. Let us examine this idea. What pillar of security does the landed interest require more than any other interest in the state? Or what right has it to a distinct and separate representation from the general interest of a nation? The only use to be made of this power, and which it always has made, is to ward off taxes from itself, and throw the burthen upon those articles of consumption by which itself would be least affected. That this thing has been the consequence, and will always be the consequence, of constructing governments on combinations, is evident with respect to England, from the history of its taxes. Notwithstanding taxes have increased and multiplied upon every article of common consumption, the land tax, which more particularly affects this pillar, has diminished. In 1778, the amount of the land tax was £1,950,000, which is £500,000 less than it produced almost 100 years ago. Notwithstanding, the rentals are in many instances doubled since that period. Before the coming of the Hanoverians, the taxes were divided in nearly equal proportions between the land and articles of consumption, the land being rather the largest share. But since that era, nearly 13 millions annually of new taxes have been thrown upon consumption, the consequence of which has been a constant increase in the number and wretchedness of the poor and in the amount of the poor rates. Yet here again, the burden does not fall in equal proportions on the aristocracy with the rest of the community. Their residences, whether in town or country, are not mixed with the habitations of the poor. They live apart from distress and the expense of relieving it. It is in manufacturing towns and laboring villages that those burthens press the heaviest, in many of which it is one class of poor supporting another. Several of the most heavy and productive taxes are so contrived as to give an exemption to this pillar, thus standing in its own defense. The tax upon beer brewed for sale does not affect the aristocracy, who brew their own beer free from this duty. It falls only on those who have not conveniency or ability to brew, and who must purchase it in small quantities. But what will mankind think of the justice of taxation when they know that this tax alone, from which the aristocracy are from circumstances exempt, is nearly equal to the whole of the land tax, being in the year 1788, and it is not less now £1,666,152, and with its proportion of the taxes on malt and hops, it exceeds it. That a single article, thus partially consumed, and that chiefly by the working part, should be subject to a tax equal to that on the whole rental of a nation, is perhaps a fact not to be paralleled in the histories of revenues. This is one of the circumstances resulting from a house of legislation composed on the ground of a combination of common interest. For whatever their separate politics as to parties may be, in this they are united. Whether a combination acts to raise the price of any article for sale or rate of wages, or whether it acts to throw taxes from itself upon another class of the community, the principle and the effect are the same. And if the one be illegal, it would be difficult to show that the other ought to exist. It is no use to say that taxes are first proposed in the House of Commons, for as the other house has always a negative, it can always defend itself, and it would be ridiculous to suppose that its acquiescence in the measures to be proposed were not understood beforehand. Besides which, it has obtained so much influence by borough traffic, and so many of its relations and connections are distributed on both sides the commons, as to give it, besides an absolute negative in one house, a preponderancy in the other, in all matters of common concern. It is difficult to discover what is meant by the landed interest, if it does not mean a combination of aristocratical landholders opposing their own pecuniary interest to that of the farmer, and every branch of trade, commerce, and manufacture. In all other respects, it is the only interest that needs no partial protection. It enjoys the general protection of the world. Every individual, high or low, is interested in the fruits of the earth. Men, women, and children of all ages and degrees will turn out to assist the farmer rather than a harvest should not be got in, and they will not act thus by any other property. It is the only one for which the common prayer of mankind is put up, and the only one that can never fail from the want of means. It is the interest, not of the policy, but of the existence of man, and when it ceases, he must cease to be. No other interest in a nation stands on the same united support. Commerce, manufactures, arts, sciences, and everything else, compared with this, are supported but in parts. Their prosperity or their decay has not the same universal influence. When the valleys laugh and sing, it is not the farmer only, but all creation that rejoice. It is a prosperity that excludes all envy, and this cannot be said of anything else. Why then does Mr. Burke talk of his House of Peers as the pillar of the landed interest? Were that pillar to sink into the earth, the same landed property would continue, and the same plowing, sowing, and reaping would go on. The aristocracy are not the farmers who work the land and raise the produce, but are the mere consumers of the rent, and when compared with the active world, are the drones, a seraglio of males who neither collect the honey nor form the hive, but exist only for lazy enjoyment. Mr. Burke, in his first essay, called aristocracy the Corinthian capital of polished society. Towards completing the figure, he has now added the pillar, but still the base is wanting. And whenever a nation choose to act a Samson, not blind but bold, down will go the temple of Dagon, the lords and the Philistines. If a house of legislation is to be composed of men of one class, for the purpose of protecting a distinct interest, all the other interests should have the same. The inequality, as well as the burden of taxation, arises from admitting it in one case and not in all. Had there been a house of farmers, there had been no game laws, or a house of merchants and manufacturers, the taxes had neither been so unequal nor so excessive. It is from the power of taxation being in the hands of those who can throw so great a part of it from their own shoulders that it has raged without a check. Men of small or moderate estates are more injured by the taxes being thrown on articles of consumption than they are eased by warding it from landed property for the following reasons. First, they consume more of the productive taxable articles in proportion to their property than those of large estates. Secondly, their residence is chiefly in towns, and their property in houses, and the increase of the poor rates, occasioned by taxes on consumption, is in much greater proportion than the land tax has been favored. In Birmingham, the poor rates are not less than 7 shillings in the pound. From this, as is already observed, the aristocracy are in a great measure exempt. These are but a part of the mischiefs flowing from the wretched scheme of an House of Peers. As a combination, it can always throw a considerable portion of taxes from itself, and, as an hereditary house, accountable to nobody, it resembles a rotten borough, whose consent is to be courted by interest. There are but few of its members who are not in some mode or other participators or disposers of the public money. One turns a candle holder or a lord-in-waiting, another a lord of the bedchamber, a groom of the stole, or any insignificant nominal office to which a salary is annexed, paid out of the public taxes, and which avoids the direct appearance of corruption. Such situations are derogatory to the character of man, and where they can be submitted to, honor cannot reside. To all these are to be added the numerous dependents, the long list of younger branches and distant relations who are to be provided for at the public expense. In short, were an estimation to be made of the change of aristocracy to a nation, it will be found nearly equal to that of supporting the poor. The Duke of Richmond alone, and there are cases similar to his, takes away as much for himself as would maintain 2,000 poor and aged persons. Is it then any wonder that under such a system of government, taxes and rates have multiplied to their present extent? In stating these matters, I speak an open and disinterested language, dictated by no passion but that of humanity. To me, who have not only refused offers because I thought them improper, but have declined rewards I might with reputation have accepted, it is no wonder that meanness and imposition appear disgustful. Independence is my happiness, and I view things as they are, without regard to place or person. My country is the world, and my religion is to do good. Mr. Burke, in speaking of the aristocratical law of primogeniture, says, "It is the standing law of our landed inheritance, and which, without question, has a tendency, and I think," continues he, "a happy tendency, to preserve a character of weight and consequence." Mr. Burke may call this law what he pleases, but humanity and impartial reflection will denounce it as a law of brutal injustice. Were we not accustomed to daily practice, and did we only hear of it as the law of some distant part of the world, we should conclude that the legislators of such countries had not arrived at a state of civilization. As to its preserving a character of weight and consequence, the case appears to me directly the reverse. It is an attaint upon character, a sort of privateering on family property. It may have weight among dependent tenants, but it gives none on a scale of national and much less of universal character. Speaking for myself, my parents were not able to give me a shilling beyond what they gave me in education, and to do this they distressed themselves. Yet I possess more of what is called consequence in the world than anyone in Mr. Burke's catalogue of aristocrats. Having thus glanced at some of the defects of the two Houses of Parliament, I proceed to what is called the Crown, upon which I shall be very concise. It signifies a nominal office of £1,000,000 sterling a year, the business of which consists in receiving the money. Whether the person be wise or foolish, sane or insane, a native or a foreigner matters not. Every ministry acts upon the same idea that Mr. Burke writes, namely, that the people must be hoodwinked and held in superstitious ignorance by some bugbear or other, and what is called the Crown answers this purpose, and therefore it answers all the purposes to be expected from it. This is more than can be said of the other two branches. The hazard to which this office is exposed in all countries is not from anything that can happen to the man, but from what may happen to the nation, the danger of its coming to its senses. It has been customary to call the Crown the executive power, and the custom is continued, though the reason has ceased. It was called the executive because the person whom it signified used, formerly, to act in the character of a judge, in administering or executing the laws. The tribunals were then a part of the court. The power, therefore, which is now called the judicial, is what was called the executive, and consequently one or other of the terms is redundant, and one of the offices useless. When we speak of the Crown now, it means nothing. It signifies neither a judge nor a general, besides which it is the laws that govern, and not the man. The old terms are kept up to give an appearance of consequence to empty forms, and the only effect they have is that of increasing expenses. Before I proceed to the means of rendering governments more conducive to the general happiness of mankind than they are at present, it will not be improper to take a review of the progress of taxation in England. It is a general idea that when taxes are once laid on, they are never taken off. However true this may have been of late, it was not always so. Either, therefore, the people of former times were more watchful over government than those of the present, or government was administered with less extravagance. It is now 700 years since the Norman Conquest, and the establishment of what is called the Crown. Taking this portion of time in 7 separate periods of 100 years each, the amount of the annual taxes at each period will be as follows. Annual taxes levied by William the Conqueror, beginning in the year 1066, £400,000. Annual taxes at 100 years from the Conquest, 1166, 200,000. Annual taxes at 200 years from the Conquest, 1266, 150,000. Annual taxes at 300 years from the Conquest, 1366, 130,000. Annual taxes at 400 years from the Conquest, 1466, 100,000. These statements and those which follow are taken from Sir John Sinclair's History of the Revenue, by which it appears that taxes continued decreasing for 400 years, at the expiration of which time they were reduced 3/4, viz., from £400,000 to 100,000. The people of England of the present day have a traditionary and historical idea of the bravery of their ancestors, but whatever their virtues or their vices might have been, they certainly were a people who would not be imposed upon, and who kept governments in awe as to taxation, if not as to principle. Though they were not able to expel the monarchical usurpation, they restricted it to a republican economy of taxes. Let us now review the remaining 300 years. Annual amount of taxes at 500 years from the conquest, 1566, 500,000. 600 years from the conquest, 1666, 1,800,000. The present time, 1791, 17 million. The difference between the first 400 years and the last 3 is so astonishing as to warrant an opinion that the national character of the English has changed. It would have been impossible to have dragooned the former English into the excess of taxation that now exists. And when it is considered that the pay of the army, the navy, and of all the revenue officers is the same now as it was about 100 years ago, when the taxes were not above a 10th part of what they are at present, it appears impossible to account for the enormous increase and expenditure on any other ground than extravagance, corruption, and intrigue. With the Revolution of 1688, and more so since the Hanover succession, came the destructive system of continental intrigues and the rage for foreign wars and foreign dominion, systems of such secure mystery that the expenses admit of no accounts. A single line stands for millions. To what excess taxation might have extended had not the French Revolution contributed to break up the system and put an end to pretenses is impossible to say. Viewed as that revolution ought to be, as the fortunate means of lessening the load of taxes of both countries, it is of as much importance to England as to France, and if properly improved to all the advantages of which it is capable, and to which it leads, deserves as much celebration in one country as the other. In pursuing this subject, I shall begin with the matter that first presents itself, that of lessening the burthen of taxes, and shall then add such matter and propositions respecting the 3 countries of England, France, and America, as the present prospect of things appears to justify. I mean, an alliance of the 3, for the purposes that will be mentioned in their proper place. What has happened may happen again. By the statement before shown of the progress of taxation, it is seen that taxes have been lessened to a 4th part of what they had formerly been. Though the present circumstances do not admit of the same reduction, yet they admit of such a beginning as may accomplish that end in less time than in the former case. The amount of taxes for the year ending at Michaelmas, 1788, was as follows. Land tax, £1,950,000. Customs, £3,789,274. Excise, including old and new malt, £6,751,727. Stamps, £1,278,214. Miscellaneous taxes and incidents, £1,803,755. Total, £15,572,755. Since the year 1788, upwards of 1 million new taxes have been laid on, besides the produce of the lotteries. And as the taxes have, in general, been more productive since than before, the amount may be taken, in round numbers, at 17 million pounds. The expense of collection and the drawbacks, which together amount to nearly 2 millions, are paid out of the gross amount, and the above is the net sum paid into the exchequer. The sum of 17 millions is applied to two different purposes. The one, to pay the interest of the national debt, the other, to the current expenses of each year. About 9 millions are appropriated to the former, and the remainder, being nearly 8 millions, to the latter. As to the million, said to be applied to the reduction of the debt, it is so much like paying with one hand and taking out with the other, as not to merit much notice. It happened, fortunately for France, that she possessed national domains for paying off her debt, and thereby lessening her taxes. But as this is not the case with England, her reduction of taxes can only take place by reducing the current expenses, which may now be done to the amount of 4 or 5 millions annually, as will hereafter appear. When this is accomplished, it will more than counterbalance the enormous charge of the American War, and the saving will be from the same source from whence the evil arose. As to the national debt, however heavy the interest may be in taxes, yet, as it serves to keep alive a capital useful to commerce, it balances by its effects a considerable part of its own weight. And as the quantity of gold and silver is, by some means or other, short of its proper proportion, being not more than 20 millions, whereas it should be 60, foreign intrigue, foreign wars, foreign dominions will in a great measure account for the deficiency. It would, besides the injustice, be bad policy to extinguish a capital that serves to supply that defect. But with respect to the current expense, whatever is saved therefrom is gain. The excess may serve to keep corruption alive, but it has no reaction on credit and commerce like the interest of the debt. It is now very probable that the English government, I do not mean the nation, is unfriendly to the French Revolution. Whatever serves to expose the intrigue and lessen the influence of courts by lessening taxation will be unwelcome to those who feed upon the spoil. Whilst the clamor of French intrigue, arbitrary power, popery, and wooden shoes could be kept up, the nation was easily allured and alarmed into taxes. Those days are now past. Deception, it is to be hoped, has reaped its last harvest, and better times are in prospect for both countries and for the world. Taking it for granted that an alliance may be formed between England, France, and America for the purposes hereafter to be mentioned, the national expenses of France and England may consequently be lessened. The same fleets and armies will no longer be necessary to either, and the reduction can be made ship for ship on each side. But to accomplish these objects, the governments must necessarily be fitted to a common and correspondent principle. Confidence can never take place while an hostile disposition remains in either, or where mystery and secrecy on one side is opposed to candor and openness on the other. These matters admitted, the national expenses might be put back, for the sake of a precedent, to what they were at some period when France and England were not enemies. This, consequently, must be prior to the Hanover succession, and also to the Revolution of 1688. The first instance that presents itself, antecedent to those dates, is in the very wasteful and profligate times of Charles II, at which time England and France acted as allies. If I have chosen a period of great extravagance, it will serve to show modern extravagance in a still worse light, especially as the pay of the Navy, the Army, and the revenue officers has not increased since that time. The peace establishment was then as follows. See Sir John Sinclair's History of the Revenue. Navy, £300,000. Army, $212,000. Ordnance, $40,000. Civil list, $462,115. Total, £1,014,115. The Parliament, however, settled the whole annual peace establishment at $1,200,000. If we go back to the time of Elizabeth, the amount of all the taxes was but $500,000, yet the nation sees nothing during that period that reproaches it with want of consequence. All circumstances, then, taken together, arising from the French Revolution, from the approaching harmony, and reciprocal interest of the two nations, the abolition of the court intrigue on both sides, and the progress of knowledge in the science of government, the annual expenditure might be put back to 1.5 million, viz., Navy, £500,000, Army, £500,000, expenses of government, £500,000, total £1,500,000. Even this sum is 6 times greater than the expenses of government are in America, yet the civil internal government in England, I mean that administered by means of quarter sessions, juries, and assize, and which in fact is nearly the whole and performed by the nation, is less expense upon the revenue than the same species and portion of government is in America. It is time that nations should be rational and not be governed like animals for the pleasure of their riders. To read the history of kings, a man would be almost inclined to suppose that government consisted in stag hunting and that every nation paid $1 million a year to huntsmen. Man ought to have pride or shame enough to blush at being thus imposed upon, and when he feels his proper character, he will. Upon all subjects of this nature, there is often passing in the mind a train of ideas he has not yet accustomed himself to encourage and communicate. Restrained by something that puts on the character of prudence, he acts the hypocrite upon himself as well as to others. It is, however, curious to observe how soon this spell can be dissolved. A single expression, boldly conceived and uttered, will sometimes put a whole company into their proper feelings, and whole nations are acted on in the same manner. As to the offices of which any civil government may be composed, it matters but little by what names they are described. In the routine of business, as before observed, whether a man be styled a president, a king, an emperor, a senator, or anything else, it is improbable that any service he can perform can merit from a nation more than £10,000 a year. And as no man should be paid beyond his services, so every man of a proper heart will not accept more. Public money ought to be touched with the most scrupulous consciousness of honor. It is not the produce of riches only, but of the hard earnings of labor and poverty. It is drawn even from the bitterness of want and misery. Not a beggar passes or perishes in the streets whose mite is not in that mass. Were it possible that the Congress of America could be so lost to their duty and to the interest of their constituents as to offer General Washington, as President of America, $1 million a year, he would not and he could not accept it. His sense of honor is of another kind. It has cost England almost 70 million sterling to maintain a family imported from abroad of very inferior capacity to thousands in the nation, and scarcely a year has passed that has not produced some new mercenary application. Even the physicians' bills have been sent to the public to be paid. No wonder that jails are crowded and taxes and poor rates increased. Under such systems, nothing is to be looked for but what has already happened. And as to reformation, whenever it come, it must be from the nation and not from the government. To show that the sum of £500,000 is more than sufficient to defray all the expenses of the government, exclusive of navies and armies, the following estimate is added for any country of the same extent as England. In the first place, 300 representatives, fairly elected, are sufficient for all the purposes to which legislation can apply, and preferable to a larger number. They may be divided into 2 or 3 houses, or meet in one as in France, or in any manner a constitution shall direct. As representation is always considered in free countries as the most honorable of all stations, the allowance made to it is merely to defray the expense which the representatives incur by that service, and not to it as an office. If an allowance, at the rate of £500 per annum, be made to every representative, deducting for non-attendance, the expense, if the whole number attended for 6 months each year, would be £7,500. The official departments cannot reasonably exceed the following number, with the salaries annexed: 3 offices at £10,000 each, £30,000. 10 ditto at £5,000 each, £50,000. 20 ditto at £2,000 each, £40,000. 40 ditto at £1,000 each, £40,000. 200 ditto at £500 each, £100,000. 300 ditto at £200 each, £60,000. 500 ditto at £100 each, £50,000. 700 ditto at £75 each, £52,500. Total, £497,500. If a nation choose, it can deduct 4% from all offices and make one of $20,000 per annum. All revenue officers are paid out of the monies they collect and therefore are not in this estimation. The foregoing is not offered as an exact detail of offices, but to show the number of rate of salaries which £500,000 will support, and it will, on experience, be found impracticable to find business sufficient to justify even this expense. As to the manner in which office business is now performed, the chiefs in several offices, such as the post office, and certain offices in the exchequer, etc., do little more than sign their names 3 or 4 times a year, and the whole duty is performed by underclerks. Taking therefore £1.5 million as a sufficient peace establishment for all the honest purposes of government, which is £300,000 more than the peace establishment in the profligate and prodigal times of Charles II, notwithstanding, as has been already observed, the pay and salaries of the army, navy, and revenue officers continue the same as at that period, there will remain a surplus of upwards of £6 millions out of the present current expenses. The question then will be, how to dispose of this surplus? Whoever has observed the manner in which trade and taxes twist themselves together must be sensible of the impossibility of separating them suddenly. First, because the articles now on hand are already charged with the duty, and the reduction cannot take place on the present stock. Secondly, because on all those articles on which the duty is charged in the gross, such as per barrel, hogshead, hundredweight, or ton, the abolition of the duty does not admit of being divided down so as fully to relieve the consumer, who purchases by the pint or the pound. The last duty laid on strong beer and ale was 3 shillings per barrel, which, if taken off, would lessen the purchase only half a farthing per pint, and consequently would not reach to practical relief. This being the condition of a great part of the taxes, it will be necessary to look for such others as are free from this embarrassment, and where the relief will be direct and visible, and capable of immediate operation. In the first place, then, the poor rates are a direct tax which every housekeeper feels, and who knows also to a farthing the sum which he pays. The national amount of the whole of the poor rates is not positively known, but can be procured. Sir John Sinclair, in his History of the Revenue, has stated it at £2,100,587, a considerable part of which is expended in litigations, in which the poor, instead of being relieved, are tormented. The expense, however, is the same to the parish from whatever cause it arises. In Birmingham, the amount of poor rates is £14,000 a year. This, though a large sum, is moderate compared with the population. Birmingham is said to contain 70,000 souls, and on a proportion of 70,000 to £14,000 poor rates, the national amount of poor rates, taking the population of England as 7 millions, would be but £1,400,000. It is, therefore, most probable that the population of Birmingham is overrated. £14,000 is the proportion upon 50,000 souls, taking 2 millions of poor rates as the national amount. Be it, however, what it may, it is no other than the consequence of excessive burthen of taxes, for, at the time when the taxes were very low, The poor were able to maintain themselves, and there were no poor rates. In the present state of things, a laboring man with a wife or 2 or 3 children does not pay less than between 7 and 8 pounds a year in taxes. He is not sensible of this because it is disguised to him in the articles which he buys, and he thinks only of their dearness. But as the taxes take from him at least a 4th part of his yearly earnings, he is consequently disabled from providing for a family, especially if himself or any of them are afflicted with sickness. The first step, therefore, of practical relief would be to abolish the poor rates entirely, and in lieu thereof, to make a remission of taxes to the poor of double the amount of the present poor rates, viz., 4 millions annually out of the surplus taxes. By this measure, the poor would be benefited 2 millions, and the housekeepers 2 millions. This alone would be equal to a reduction of 120 millions of the national debt, and consequently equal to the whole expense of the American war. It will then remain to be considered which is the most effectual mode of distributing this remission of 4 millions. It is easily seen that the poor are generally composed of large families of children and old people past their labor. If these 2 classes are provided for, the remedy will so far reach to the full extent of the case that what remains will be incidental and, in a great measure, fall within the compass of benefit clubs which, though of humble invention, merit to be ranked among the best of modern institutions. Admitting England to contain 7 millions of souls, if 1/5 thereof are of that class of poor which need support, the number will be 1,400,000. Of this number, 140,000 will be aged poor, as will be hereafter shown, and for which a distinct provision will be proposed. There will then remain 1,260,000 which, at 5 souls to each family, amount to 252,000 families, rendered poor from the expense of children and the weight of taxes. The number of children under 14 years of age in each of those families will be found to be about 5 to every 2 families, some having 2 and others having 3, some 1 and others 4, some none and others 5. But it rarely happens that more than 5 are under 14 years of age, and after this age, they are capable of service or of being apprenticed. Allowing 5 children under 14 years to every 2 families, the number of children will be 630,000. The number of parents, were they all living, would be 504,000. It is certain that if the children are provided for, the parents are relieved of consequence, because it is from the expense of bringing up children that their poverty arises. Having thus ascertained the greatest number that can be supposed to need support on account of young families, I proceed to the mode of relief or distribution, which is to pay as a remission of taxes to every poor family, out of the surplus taxes, and in a room of poor rates, 4 pounds a year for every child under 14 years of age, enjoining the parents of such children to send them to school to learn reading, writing, and common arithmetic. The ministers of every parish, of every denomination, to certify jointly to an office for that person that this duty is performed. The amount of this expense will be, for 630,000 children, at 4 pounds per annum each, 2,520,000 pounds. By adopting this method, not only the poverty of the parents will be relieved, but ignorance will be banished from the rising generation, and the number of poor will hereafter become less, because their abilities, by the aid of education, will be greater. Many a youth with good natural genius who is apprenticed to a mechanical trade, such as a carpenter, joiner, millwright, shipwright, blacksmith, etc., is preventing getting forward the whole of his life from the want of a little common education when a boy. I now proceed to the case of the aged. I divide age into 2 classes. First, the approach of age, beginning at 50. Secondly, old age, commencing at 60. At 50, though the mental faculties of man are in full vigor, and his judgment better than any preceding date, the bodily powers for laborious life are on the decline. He cannot bear the same quantity of fatigue as at an earlier period. He begins to earn less, and is less capable of enduring wind and weather, and, in those more retired employments where much sight is required, he fails apace, and sees himself, like an old horse, beginning to be turned adrift. At 60 his labor ought to be over, at least from direct necessity. It is painful to see old age working itself to death in what are called civilized countries for daily bread. To form some judgment of the number of those above 50 years of age, I have several times counted the persons I met in the streets of London, men, women, and children, and had generally found that the average is about 1 in 16 or 17. If it be said that aged persons do not come much into the streets, so neither do infants, and a great proportion of grown children are in schools and in workshops as apprentices. Taking then 16 for a divisor, the whole number of persons in England of 50 years and upwards, of both sexes, rich and poor, will be 420,000. The persons to be provided for out of this gross number will be husbandmen, common laborers, journeymen of every trade and their wives, sailors, and disbanded soldiers, worn-out servants of both sexes, and poor widows. There will also be a considerable number of middling tradesmen who have lived decently in the former part of life, begin, as age approaches, to lose their business, and at last fall to decay. Besides these, there will be constantly thrown off from the revolutions of that wheel which no man can stop nor regulate, a number from every class of life connected with commerce and adventure. To provide for all those accidents, and whatever else may befall, I take the number of persons who, at one time or other of their lives, after 50 years of age, may feel it necessary or comfortable to be better supported than they can support themselves, and that not as a matter of grace and favor, but of right, at 1/3 of the whole number, which is 140,000, as stated in a previous page, and for whom a distinct provision was proposed to be made. If there be more, society, notwithstanding the show and pomposity of government, is in a deplorable condition in England. Of this 140,000, I take 1/2, 70,000, to be of the age of 50 and under 60, and the other half to be 60 years and upwards. Having thus ascertained the probable proportion of the number of aged persons, I proceed to the mode of rendering their condition comfortable, which is, to pay every such person of the age of 50 years, and until he shall arrive at the age of 60, the sum of £6 per annum out of the surplus taxes, and £10 per annum during life after the age of 60, the expense of which will be 70,000 persons at £6 per annum, £420,000. 70,000 persons at £10 per annum, 700,000. Total, £1,120,000. This support, as already remarked, is not of the nature of a charity, but of a right. Every person in England, male and female, pays, on an average in taxes, £2, 8 shillings, and 6 per annum from the day of his or her birth. And if the expense of collection be added, he pays £2, 11 shillings, and 6. Consequently, at the end of 50 years, he has paid £128, 15 shillings, and at £6,154, 10 shillings. Converting, therefore, his or her individual tax into a tuntine, the money he shall receive after 50 years is but little more than the legal interest of the net money he has paid. The rest is made up from those whose circumstances do not require them to draw such support, and the capital, in both cases, defrays the expenses of government. It is on this ground that I have extended the probable claims to 1/3 of the number of aged persons in the nation. Is it then better that the lives of 140,000 aged persons be rendered comfortable, or that 1,000,000 a year of public money be expended on any one individual, and him often of the most worthless or insignificant character? Let reason and justice, let honor and humanity, let even hypocrisy, sycophancy, and Mr. Burke, let George, let Louis, Leopold, Frederick, Catherine, Cornwallis, or Tipu Saib answer the question. The sum thus remitted to the poor will be to 252,000 poor families containing 630,000 children, £2,520,000. To 140,000 aged persons, £1,120,000. Total, £3,640,000. There will then remain £360,000 out of the 4 millions, part of which may be applied as follows. After all the above cases are provided for, there will still be a number of families who, though not properly of the class of poor, yet find it difficult to give education to their children. And such children, under such a case, would be in a worse condition than if their parents were actually poor. A nation under a well-regulated government should permit none to remain uninstructed. It is monarchical and aristocratical government only that requires ignorance for its support. Suppose, then, 400,000 children to be in this condition, which is a greater number than ought to be supposed after the provisions already made. The method will be to allow for each of those children 10 shillings a year for the expense of schooling for 6 years each, which will give them 6 months schooling each year, and half a crown a year for paper and spelling books. The expense of this will be annually £250,000. There will then remain £110,000. Notwithstanding the great modes of relief which the best instituted and best principled government may devise, there will be a number of smaller cases which it is good policy as well as beneficence in a nation to consider. Were 20 shillings to be given immediately on the birth of a child to every woman who should make the demand, and none will make it whose circumstances do not require it, it might relieve a great deal of instant distress. There are about 200,000 births yearly in England, and, if claimed by 1/4, the amount would be £50,000. And 20 shillings to every new married couple who should claim in like manner. This would not exceed the sum of £20,000. Also, £20,000 to be appropriated to defray the funeral expenses of persons who, traveling for work, may die at a distance from their friends. By relieving parishes from this charge, the sick stranger will be treated better. I shall finish this part of the subject with a plan adapted to the particular condition of a metropolis such as London. Cases are continually occurring in a metropolis, different from those which occur in the country, and for which a different, or rather an additional mode of relief is necessary. In the country, even in large towns, people have a knowledge of each other, and distress never rises to that extreme height it sometimes does in a metropolis. There is no such thing in the country as persons, in the literal sense of the word, starved to death, or dying with cold from the want of lodging. Yet such cases, and others equally as miserable, happen in London. Many a youth comes up to London full of expectations, and with little or no money, and, unless he get immediate employment, he is already half undone. And boys bred up in London without any means of a livelihood, and, as it often happens of dissolute parents, are in a still worse condition, and servants long out of place are not much better off. In short, a world of little cases is continually arising, which busy or affluent life knows not of, to open the first door to distress. Hunger is not among the postponable wants, and a day, even a few hours in such a condition, is often the crisis of a life of ruin. These circumstances, which are the general cause of the little thefts and pilferings that lead to greater, may be prevented. There yet remain £20,000 out of the 4 millions of surplus taxes, which, with another fund hereafter to be mentioned, amounting to about £20,000 more, cannot be better applied than to this purpose. The plan will then be, first, to erect 2 or more buildings, or take some already erected, capable of containing at least 6,000 persons, and to have in each of these places as many kinds of employment as can be contrived, so that every person who shall come may find something which he or she can do. Secondly, to receive all who shall come, without inquiring who or what they are, the only condition to be that for so much or so many hours' work, each person shall receive so many meals of wholesome food, and a warm lodging, at least as good as a barrack. That a certain portion of what each person's work shall be worth shall be reserved, and given to him or her on their going away, and that each person shall stay as long or as short a time, or come as often as he choose, on these conditions. If each person stayed 3 months, it would assist, by rotation, 24,000 persons annually, though the real number at all times would be but 6,000. By establishing an asylum of this kind, such persons to whom temporary distresses occur would have an opportunity to recruit themselves and be enabled to look out for better employment. Allowing that their labor paid but one-half the expense of supporting them, after reserving a portion of their earnings for themselves, the sum of £40,000 additional would defray all other charges for even a greater number than 6,000. The fund, very properly convertible to this purpose, in addition to the £20,000 remaining of the former fund, will be the produce of the tax upon coals, so iniquitously and wantonly applied to the support of the Duke of Richmond. It is horrid that any man, more especially at the price coals now are, should live on the distresses of a community, and any government permitting such an abuse deserves to be dismissed. The fund is said to be about £20,000 per annum. I shall now conclude this plan with enumerating the several particulars and then proceed to other matters. The enumeration is as follows. First, abolition of 2 millions poor rates. Secondly, provision for 250,000 poor families. Thirdly, education for 1,030,000 children. Fourthly, comfortable provision for 140,000 aged persons. Fifthly, donation of 20 shillings each for 50,000 births. Sixthly, donation of 20 shillings each for 20,000 marriages. Seventhly, allowance of £20,000 for the funeral expenses of persons traveling for work and dying at a distance from their friends. Eighthly, employment at all times for the casual poor in the cities of London and Westminster. By the operation of this plan, the poor laws, those instruments of civil torture, will be superseded, and the wasteful expense of litigation prevented. The hearts of the humane will not be shocked by ragged and hungry children, and persons of 70 and 80 years of age begging for bread. The dying poor will not be dragged from place to place to breathe their last, as a reprisal of parish upon parish. Widows will have a maintenance for their children, and not be carted away on the death of their husbands, like culprits and criminals. And children will no longer be considered as increasing the distresses of their parents. The haunts of the wretched will be known, because it will be to their advantage, and the number of petty crimes, the offspring of distress and poverty, will be lessened. The poor, as well as the rich, will then be interested in the support of government, and the cause and apprehension of riots and tumults will cease. Ye who sit in ease, and solace yourselves in plenty, and such there are in Turkey and Russia, as well as in England, and who say to yourselves, Are we not well off? Have ye thought of these things? When ye do, ye will cease to speak and feel for yourselves alone. The plan is easy in practice. It does not embarrass trade by a sudden interruption in the order of taxes, but effects the relief by changing the application of them, and the money necessary for the purpose can be drawn from the excise collections, which are made 8 times a year in every market town in England. Having now arranged and concluded this subject, I proceed to the next. Taking the present current expenses at 7 millions and a half, which is the least amount they are now at, There will remain, after the sum of 1.5 million be taken for the new current expenses, and 4 millions for the before-mentioned service, the sum of 2 millions, part of which to be applied as follows. Though fleets and armies, by an alliance with France, will in a great measure become useless, yet the persons who have devoted themselves to those services, and have thereby unfitted themselves for other lines of life, are not to be sufferers by the means that make others happy. They are a different description of men from those who form or hang about a court. A part of the army will remain, at least for some years, and also of the navy, for which a provision is already made in the former part of this plan of 1 million, which is almost 500,000 more than the peace establishment of the army and navy in the prodigal times of Charles II. Suppose, then, 15,000 soldiers to be disbanded, and that an allowance be made to each of 3 shillings a week during life, clear of all deductions, to be paid in the same manner as the Chelsea College pensioners are paid, and for them to return to their trades and their friends. And also that an addition of 15,000 sixpences per week be made to the pay of the soldiers who shall remain. The annual expenses will be, to the pay of 15,000 disbanded soldiers at 3 shillings per week, £117,000. Additional pay to the remaining soldiers, 19,500. Suppose that the pay to the officers of the disbanded corps be the same amount as sum allowed to the men, 117,000. Total, £253,500. To prevent bulky estimations, admit the same sum to the disbanded navy as to the army, and the same increase of pay, £253,500. Total, £507,000. Every year, some part of this sum of 500,000, I omit the odd £7,000 for the purpose of keeping the account unembarrassed, will fall in, and the whole of it in time, as it is on the ground of life annuities, except the increased pay of £29,000. As it falls in, part of the taxes may be taken off, and as, for instance, when £30,000 fall in, the duty on hops may be wholly taken off, and as other parts fall in, the duties on candles and soap may be lessened, till at last they will totally cease. There now remains at least 1.5 million of surplus taxes. The tax on houses and windows is one of those direct taxes which, like the poor rates, is not confounded with trade, and, when taken off, the relief will be instantly felt. This tax falls heavy on the middle class of people. The amount of this tax, by the returns of 1788, was: houses and windows, in pounds, shilling, and sixpence, by the Act of 1766, £385,459, 11 shillings, 7 sixpence. By the Act B. 1779, £130,739, 14 shillings, 5.5 sixpence. Total, £516,199, 6 shillings, half sixpence. If this tax be struck off, there will then remain about 1 million of surplus taxes, and, as it is always proper to keep a sum in reserve for incidental matters, it may be best not to extend reductions further in the first instance, but to consider what may be accomplished by other modes of reform. Among the taxes most heavily felt is the commutation tax. I shall therefore offer a plan for its abolition by substituting another in its place, which will effect 3 objects at once. 1. That of removing the burthen to where it can best be borne. 2. Restoring justice among families by a distribution of property. 3. Extirpating the overgrown influence arising from the unnatural law of primogeniture, which is one of the principal sources of corruption at elections. The amount of commutation tax by the returns of 1788 was £771,657. When taxes are proposed, The country is amused by the plausible language of taxing luxuries. One thing is called a luxury at one time and something else at another, but the real luxury does not consist in the article, but in the means of procuring it, and this is always kept out of sight. I know not why any plant or herb of the field should be a greater luxury in one country than another, but an overgrown estate in either is a luxury at all times, and as such is the proper object of taxation. It is, therefore, right to take those kind tax-making gentlemen up on their own word, and argue on the principle themselves have laid down, that of taxing luxuries. If they or their champion, Mr. Burke, who, I fear, is growing out of date, like the man in armor, can prove that an estate of 20, 30, or 40,000 pounds a year is not a luxury, I will give up the argument. Admitting that any annual sum, say, for instance, 1,000 pounds, is necessary or sufficient for the support of a family, consequently, the second 1,000 is of the nature of a luxury, the third still more so, and by proceeding on, we shall at last arrive at a sum that may not improperly be called a prohibitable luxury. It would be impolitic to set bounds to property acquired by industry, and therefore it is right to place the prohibition beyond the probable acquisition to which industry can extend. But there ought to be a limit to property, or the accumulation of it by bequest. It should pass in some other line. The richest in every nation have poor relations, and those often very near in consanguinity. The following table of progressive taxation is constructed on the above principles, and as a substitute for the commutation tax. It will reach the point of prohibition by a regular operation, and thereby supersede the aristocratical law of primogeniture. Table 1. A tax on all estates of the clear yearly value of 50 pounds, after deducting the land tax, and up. To 500 pounds, 0 shillings 3 sixpence per pound. From 500 pounds to 1,000 pounds, 0.6. On the second 1,000, 0.9. On the third, 1.0. On the fourth, 1.6. On the fifth, 2.0. On the sixth, 3.0. On the seventh, 4.0. On the eighth, 5.0. On the ninth, 6 shillings 0 sixpence per pound. On the 10th, 7.0. On the 11th, 8.0. On the 12th, 9.0. On the 13th, 10.0. On the 14th, 11.0. On the 15th, 12.0. On the 16th, 13.0. On the 17th, 14.0. On the 18th, 15.0. On the 19th, 16.0. On the 20th, 17.0. On the 21st, 18.0. On the 22nd, 19.0. On the 23rd, 20.0. The foregoing table shows the progression per pound on every progressive 1,000. The following table shows the amount of the tax on every 1,000 separately, and in the last column, the total amount of all the separate sums collected. Table 2. An estate of 50 pounds per annum at 3 sixpence per pound pays 0 pounds 12 and 6. 100, 1 5 and 0. 200, 2 10 and 0. 300, 3 15 and 0. 400, 5 0 and 0. 500, 7 5 and 0. After 500 pounds, the tax of 6 sixpence per pound takes place on the second 500 pounds. Consequently, an estate of 1,000 pounds per annum pays 21 pounds 15 shillings, and so on. For the first 500 pounds, at 0 shillings 3 sixpence per pound, 7 pounds 5 shillings. Second, 0.6, 14.10, total amount 21 pounds 15 shillings. Second 1,000, at 09, 3711, 59.5. Third, 10, 50, 109.5. Fourth 1,000 at 1 shilling 6 pence per pound, 75 pounds 0 shillings. Total amount 184 pounds 5 shillings. Fifth, 20, 100, 284 5. Sixth, 30, 150, 434 5. Seventh, 40, 200, 634 5. Eighth, 50, 250, 880 5. Ninth, 60, 300, 1100 5. Tenth, 70, 350 and 1530 and 5. 11th, 80, 400 and 1930 and 5. 12th, 90, 450, 2380 and 5. 13th, 10, 500 and 2880 and 5. 14th, 11 and 550 and 3430 and 5. 15th, 12, 600 and 4030 and 5. 16th, 13 and 650 and 4680 and 5. 17th, 14 and 700 and 5380 and 5. 18th, 15 and 750 and 6130 and 5. 19th, 16 and 800 and 6930 and 5. 20th, 17, 850, 7780 and 5. 21st, 18, 900 and 8680 and 5. Second 1,000 at 19 shillings 06 pence per pound, 950 pounds 0 shillings. Total amount 9,630 pounds 5 shillings. 23rd, 20 and 1,000 and 10,630 and 5. At the 23rd thousand, the tax becomes 20 shillings in the pound, and consequently, every thousand beyond that sum can produce no profit but by dividing the estate. Yet, formidable as this tax appears, it will not, I believe, produce so much as the commutation tax. Should it produce more, it ought to be lowered to that amount upon estates under 2,000 or 3,000 a year. On small and middling estates it is lighter, as it is intended to be, than the commutation tax. It is not till after 7,000 or 8,000 a year that it begins to be heavy. The object is not so much the produce of the tax as the justice of the measure. The aristocracy has screened itself too much, and this serves to restore a part of the lost equilibrium. As an instance of its screening itself, it is only necessary to look back at the first establishment of the excise laws, at what is called the Restoration, or the coming of Charles II. The aristocratical interest then in power commuted the feudal services itself was under by laying a tax on beer brewed for sale. That is, they compounded with Charles for an exemption from those services for themselves and their heirs by a tax to be paid by other people. The aristocracy did not purchase beer brewed for sale, but brew their own beer free of the duty, and if any commutation at that time were necessary, it ought to have been at the expense of those for whom the exemptions from those services were intended, instead of which it was thrown on an entirely different class of men. But the chief object of this progressive tax, besides the justice of rendering taxes more equal than they are, is, as already stated, to extirpate the overgrown influence arising from the unnatural law of primogeniture, and which is one of the principal sources of corruption at elections. it would be attended with no good consequence to inquire how such vast estates as 30, 40, or 50,000 a year could commence, and that at a time when commerce and manufactures were not in a state to admit of such acquisitions. Let it be sufficient to remedy the evil by putting them in a condition of descending again to the community by the quiet means of apportioning them among all the heirs and heiresses of those families. This will be the more necessary because hitherto the aristocracy have quartered their younger children and connections upon the public and useless posts, places, and offices, which, when abolished, will leave them destitute, unless the law of primogeniture also be abolished or superseded. A progressive tax will, in a great measure, effect this object, and that as a matter of interest to the parties most immediately concerned, as will be seen by the following table, which shows the net produce upon every estate after subtracting the tax. By this it will appear that after an estate exceeds 13 or 14,000 a year, the remainder produces but little profit to the holder, and consequently will pass either to the younger children or to other kindred. Table 3, showing the net produce of every estate from 1,000 to 23,000 pounds a year. Number of thousand per annum, total tax subtracted, net produce. 1,000 pounds, 21 pounds, 979 pounds. 2,000, 59, 1941. 3,000, 109, 2891. 4,000, 184, 3816. 5,000, 284, 4716. 6,000, 434, 5566. 7,000, 634, 6366. 8,000, 880, 7120. 9,000, 1,100, 7,900. 10,000, 1,530, 8470. 11,000, 1,930, 9,070. 12,000, 2,380, 9620. 13,000, 2,880, 10,120. Number of thousand per annum, 14,000. Total tax subtracted, 3,430. Net produce, 10,570. 15,000, 4,030, 10,970. 16,000, 4,680, 11,320. 17,000, 5,380, 11,620. 18,000, 6,130, 11,870. 19,000, 6,930, 12,170. 20,000, 7,780, 12,220. 21,000, 8,680, 12,320. 22,000, 9,630, 12,370. 23,000, 10,630, 12,370. NB. The odd shillings are dropped in this table. According to this table, an estate cannot produce more than 12,370 pounds clear of the land tax and the progressive tax, and therefore the dividing such estates will follow as a matter of family interest. An estate of 23,000 pounds a year, divided into 5 estates of 4,000 each and one of 3, will be charged only 1,129 pounds, which is but 5%. But if held by one possessor, will be charged 10,630 pounds. Although an enquiry into the origin of those estates be unnecessary, the continuation of them in their present state is another subject. It is a matter of national concern. As hereditary estates, the law has created the evil, and it ought also to provide the remedy. Primogeniture ought to be abolished, not only because it is unnatural and unjust, but because the country suffers by its operation. By cutting off, as before observed, the younger children from their proper portion of inheritance, the public is loaded with the expense of maintaining them, and the freedom of elections violated by the overbearing influence which this unjust monopoly of family property produces. Nor is this all. It occasions a waste of national property. A considerable part of the land of the country is rendered unproductive by the great extent of parks and chases which this law serves to keep up, and this at a time when the annual production of grain is not equal to the national consumption. In short, the evils of the aristocratical system are so great and numerous, so inconsistent with everything that is just, wise, natural, and beneficent, that when they are considered, there ought not to be a doubt that many who are now classed under that description will wish to see such a system abolished. What pleasure can they derive from contemplating the exposed condition and almost certain beggary of their younger offspring? Every aristocratical family has an appendage of family beggars hanging round it, which in a few ages or a few generations are shook off, and console themselves with telling their tale in almshouses, workhouses, and prisons. This is the natural consequence of aristocracy. The peer and the beggar are often of the same family. One extreme produces the other. To make one rich, many must be made poor. Neither can the system be supported by any other means. There are two classes of people to whom the laws of England are particularly hostile, and those the most helpless: younger children and the poor. Of the former I've just spoken. Of the latter, I shall mention one instance out of the many that might be produced, and with which I shall close this subject. Several laws are in existence for regulating and limiting workmen's wages. Why not leave them as free to make their own bargains, as the lawmakers are to let their farms and houses? Personal labor is all the property they have. Why is that little, and the little freedom they enjoy, to be infringed? But the injustice will appear stronger if we consider the operation and effect of such laws. When wages are fixed by what is called a law, the legal wages remain stationary, while everything else is in progression, and as those who make that law still continue to lay on new taxes by other laws, they increase the expense of living by one law and take away the means by another. But if these gentlemen lawmakers and tax-makers thought it right to limit the poor pittance which personal labor can produce, and on which a whole family is to be supported, they certainly must feel themselves happily indulged in a limitation on their own part of not less than 12,000 a year, and that of property they never acquired, nor probably any of their ancestors, and of which they have made never acquire so ill a use. Having now finished this subject, I shall bring the several particulars into one view, and then proceed to other matters. The first 8 articles mentioned earlier are: 1. Abolition of 2 millions poor rates. 2. Provision for 252,000 poor families at the rate of £4 per head for each child under 14 years of age, which, with the addition of £250,000, provides also education for 1,030,000 children. 3. Annuity of £6 per annum each for all poor persons, decayed tradesmen, and others, supposed 70,000, of the age of 50 years and until 60. 4. Annuity of £10 each for life for all poor persons, decayed tradesmen, and others, supposed 70,000, of the age of 60 years. 5. Donation of 20 shillings each for 50,000 births. 6. Donation of 20 shillings each for 20,000 marriages. 7. Allowance of £20,000 for the funeral expenses of persons traveling for work, and dying at a distance from their friends. 8. Employment at all times for the casual poor in the cities of London and Westminster. Second enumeration. 9. Abolition of the tax on houses and windows. 10. Allowance of 3 shillings per week for life to 15,000 disbanded soldiers, and a proportionate allowance to the officers of the disbanded corps. 11. Increase of pay to the remaining soldiers at £19,500 annually. 12. The same allowance to the disbanded Navy, and the same increase of pay as to the Army. 13. Abolition of the commutation tax. 14. Plan of a progressive tax operating to extirpate the unjust and unnatural law of primogeniture and the vicious influence of the aristocratical system. There yet remains, as already stated, 1 million of surplus taxes. Some part of this will be required for circumstances that do not immediately present themselves, and such part as shall not be wanted will admit of a further reduction of taxes equal to that amount. Among the claims that justice requires to be made, the condition of the inferior revenue officers will merit attention. It is a reproach to any government to waste such an immensity of revenue in sinecures and nominal and unnecessary places and officers, and not allow even a decent livelihood to those on whom the labor falls. The salary of the inferior officers of the revenue has stood at the petty pittance of less than £50 a year for upwards of 100 years. It ought to be 70. About £120,000 applied to this purpose will put all those salaries in a decent condition. This was proposed to be done almost 20 years ago, but the Treasury Board, then in being, startled at it, as it might lead to similar expectations from the Army and Navy. And the event was that the King, or somebody for him, applied to Parliament to have his own salary raised and £100,000 a year, which being done, everything else was laid aside. With respect to another class of men, the inferior clergy, I forbear to enlarge on their condition, but all partialities and prejudices for or against different modes and forms of religion aside, common justice will determine whether there ought to be an income of £20 or £30 a year to one man and of 10,000 to another. I speak on this subject with the more freedom because I am known not to be a Presbyterian, and therefore the cant cry of court sycophants about church and meeting kept up to amuse and bewilder the nation cannot be raised against me. Ye simple men on both sides the question, do you not see through this courtly craft? If ye can be kept disputing and wrangling about church and meeting, ye just answer the purpose of every courtier who lives the while on the spoils of the taxes and laughs at your credulity. Every religion is good that teaches man to be good, and I know of none that instructs him to be bad. All the before-mentioned calculations suppose only 16 millions and a half of taxes paid into the exchequer, after the expense of collection and drawbacks at the custom house and excise office are deducted, whereas the sum paid into the exchequer is very nearly, if not quite, 17 millions. The taxes raised in Scotland and Ireland are expended in those countries, and therefore their savings will come out of their own taxes. But if any part be paid into the English exchequer, it might be remitted. This will not make £100,000 a year difference. There now remains only the national debt to be considered. In the year 1789, the interest, exclusive of the tontine, was £9,150,138. How much the capital has been reduced since that time, the minister best knows. But after paying the interest, abolishing the tax on houses and windows, the commutation tax, and the poor rates, and making all the provisions for the poor, for the education of children, the support of the aged, the disbanded part of the Army and Navy, and increasing the pay of the remainder, there will be a surplus of 1 million. The present scheme of paying off the national debt appears to me, speaking as an indifferent person, to be an ill-concerted, if not a fallacious job. The burden of the national debt consists not in its being so many millions or so many hundred millions, but in the quantity of taxes collected every year to pay the interest. If this quantity continues the same, the burden of the national debt is the same, to all intents and purposes, be the capital more or less. The only knowledge which the public can have of the reduction of the debt must be through the reduction of taxes for paying the interest. The debt, therefore, is not reduced one farthing to the public by all the millions that have been paid, and it would require more money now to purchase up the capital than when the scheme began. Digressing for a moment at this point, to which I shall return again, I look back to the appointment of Mr. Pitt as minister. I was then in America. The war was over, and though resentment had ceased, memory was still alive. When the news of the coalition arrived, though it was a matter of no concern to I felt it as a man, it had something in it which shocked by publicly sporting with decency, if not with principle. It was impudence in Lord North. It was a want of firmness in Mr. Fox. Mr. Pitt was, at the time, what may be called a maiden character in politics. So far from being hackneyed, he appeared not to be initiated into the first mysteries of court intrigue. Everything was in his favor. Resentment against the coalition served as friendship to him, and his ignorance of vice was credited for virtue. With the return of peace, commerce and prosperity would rise of itself, yet even this increase was thrown to his account. When he came to the helm, the storm was over, and he had nothing to interrupt his course. It required even ingenuity to be wrong, and he succeeded. A little time showed him the same sort of man as his predecessors had been. Instead of profiting by those errors, which had accumulated a burthen of taxes unparalleled in the world, he sought, I might almost say he advertised, for enemies, and provoked means to increase taxation. Aiming at something, he knew not what, he ransacked Europe and India for adventures, and abandoning the fair pretenses he began with, he became the knight-errant of modern times. It is unpleasant to see character throw itself away. It is more so to see one's self deceived. Mr. Pitt had merited nothing, but he promised much. He gave symptoms of a mind superior to the meanness and corruption of courts. His apparent candor encouraged expectations, and the public confidence, stunned, wearied, and confounded by a chaos of parties, revived and attached itself to him. But mistaking, as he has done, the disgust of the nation against the coalition for merit in himself, he has rushed into measures which a man less supported would not have presumed to act. All this seems to show that change of ministers amounts to nothing. One goes out, another comes in, and still the same measures, vices, and extravagance are pursued. It signifies not who is minister. The defect lies in the system. The foundation and the superstructure of the government is bad. Prop it up as you please, it continually sinks into court government and ever will. I return, as I promised, to the subject of the national debt, that offspring of the Dutch Anglo Revolution and its handmaid, the Hanover succession. But it is now too late to inquire how it began. Those to whom it is due have advanced the money, and whether it was well or ill spent, or pocketed, is not their crime. It is, however, easy to see that as the nation proceeds in contemplating the nature and principles of government, and to understand taxes, and make comparison between those of America, France, and England, it will be next to impossible to keep it in the same torpid state it has hitherto been. Some reform must, from the necessity of the case, soon begin. It is not whether these principles press with little or much force in the present moment. They are out. They are abroad in the world, and no force can stop them. Like a secret told, they are beyond recall, and he must be blind indeed that does not see that a change is already beginning. 9 millions of dead taxes is a serious thing, and this not only for bad, but in a great measure for foreign government. By putting the power of making war into the hands of the foreigners who came for what they could get, little else was to be expected than what has happened. Reasons are already advanced in this work, showing that whatever the reforms in the taxes may be, they ought to be made in the current expenses of government, and not in the part applied to the interest of the national debt. By remitting the taxes of the poor, they will be totally relieved, and all discontent will be taken away. And, by striking off such of the taxes as are already mentioned, the nation will more than recover the whole expense of the mad American war. There will then remain only the national debt as a subject of discontent. And in order to remove, or rather to prevent this, it would be good policy in the stakeholders themselves to consider it as property, subject, like all other property, to bear some portion of the taxes. It would give to it both popularity and security, and as a great part of its present inconvenience is balanced by the capital which it keeps alive, a measure of this kind would so far add to that balance as to silence objections. This may be done by such gradual means as to accomplish all that is necessary with the greatest ease and convenience. Instead of taxing the capital, the best method would be to tax the interest by some progressive ratio, and to lessen the public taxes in the same proportion as the interest diminished. Suppose the interest was taxed 1/2 penny in the pound the first year, a penny more the second, and to proceed by a certain ratio to be determined upon, always less than any other tax upon property. Such a tax would be subtracted from the interest at the time of payment, without any expense of collection. 1/2 penny in the pound would lessen the interest, and consequently the taxes, 20,000 pounds. The tax on wagons amounts to this sum, and this tax might be taken off the first year. The second year the tax on female servants, or some other of the like amount, might also be taken off, and by proceeding in this manner, always applying the tax raised from the property of the debt towards its extinction, and not carry it to the current services, it would liberate itself. The stockholders, notwithstanding this tax, would pay less taxes than they do now. What they would save by the extinction of the poor rates, and the tax on houses and windows, and the commutation tax, would be considerably greater than what this tax, slow but certain in its operation, amounts to. It appears to me to be prudence to look out for measures that may apply under any circumstances that may approach. There is, at this moment, a crisis in the affairs of Europe that requires it. Preparation now is wisdom. If taxation be once let loose, it would be difficult to reinstate it. Neither would the relief be so effectual as if preceded by some certain and gradual reduction. The fraud, hypocrisy, and imposition of governments are now beginning to be too well understood to promise them any long career. The farce of monarchy and aristocracy in all countries is following that of chivalry, and Mr. Burke is dressing aristocracy in all countries is following that of chivalry, and Mr. Burke is dressing for the funeral. Let it then pass quietly to the tomb of all other follies, and the mourners be comforted. The time is not very distant when England will laugh at itself for sending to Holland, Hanover, Zell, or Brunswick for men, at the expense of 1 million a year, who understood neither her laws, her language, nor her interest, but whose capacities would scarcely have fitted them for the office of a parish constable. If government could be trusted to such hands, it must be some easy and simple thing indeed, and materials fit for all the purposes may be found in every town and village in England. When it shall be said in any country in the world, "My poor are happy," neither ignorance nor distress is to be found among them. My jails are empty of prisoners, my streets of beggars. The aged are not in want, the taxes are not oppressive. The rational world is my friend, because I am the friend of happiness. When these things can be said, then may that country boast its constitution and its government. Within the space of a few years, we have seen 2 revolutions, those of America and France. In the former, the contest was long and the conflict severe. In the latter, the nation acted with such a consolidated impulse that having no foreign enemy to contend with, the revolution was complete in power the moment it appeared. From both those instances, it is evident that the greatest forces that can be brought into the field of revolutions are reason and common interest. Where these can have the opportunity of acting, opposition dies with fear or crumbles away by conviction. It is a great standing which they have now universally obtained, and we may hereafter hope to see revolutions, or changes in governments, produced with the same quiet operation by which any measure, determinable by reason and discussion, is accomplished. When a nation changes its opinion and habits of thinking, it is no longer to be governed as before, but it would not only be wrong, but bad policy, to attempt by force what ought to be accomplished by reason. Rebellion consists in forcibly opposing the general will of a nation, whether by a party or by a government. There ought therefore to be, in every nation, a method of occasionally ascertaining the state of public opinion with respect to government. On this point, the old government of France was superior to the present government of England, because, on extraordinary occasions, recourse could be had what was then called the States General. But in England there are no such occasional bodies, and as to those who are now called representatives, a great part of them are mere machines of the court, policemen, and dependents. I presume that though all the people of England pay taxes, not an hundredth part of them are electors, and the members of one of the Houses of Parliament represent nobody but themselves. There is therefore no power but the voluntary will of the people that has a right to act in any matter respecting a general reform, and by the same right that two persons can confer on such a subject, 1,000 may. The object, in all such preliminary proceedings, is to find out what the general sense of a nation is, and to be governed by it. If it prefer a bad or defective government to a reform, or choose to pay 10 times more taxes than there is any occasion for, it has a right so to do, and, so long as the majority do not impose conditions on the minority, different from what they impose upon themselves, though there may be much error, there is no injustice. Neither will the error continue long. Reason and discussion will soon bring things right, however wrong they may be. By such a process, no tumult is to be apprehended. The poor, in all countries, are naturally both peaceable and grateful in all reforms in which their interest and happiness is included. It is only by neglecting and rejecting them that they become tumultuous. The objects that now press on the public attention are the French Revolution and the prospect of a general revolution in governments. Of all nations in Europe, there is none so much interested in the French Revolution as England. Enemies for ages, and that at a vast expense, and without any national object, the opportunity now presents itself of amicably closing the scene and joining their efforts to reform the rest of Europe. By doing this, they will not only prevent the further effusion of blood and increase of taxes, but be in a condition of getting rid of a considerable part of their present burthens, as has been already stated. Long experience, however, has shown that reforms of this kind are not those which old governments wish to promote, and therefore it is to nations, and not to such governments, that these matters present themselves. In the preceding part of this work, I have spoken of an alliance between England, France, and America for purposes that were to be afterwards mentioned. Though I have no direct authority on the part of America, I have good reason to conclude that she is disposed to enter into consideration of such a measure, provided that the governments with which she might ally acted as national governments and not as courts enveloped in intrigue and mystery. That France as a nation and a national government would prefer an alliance with England is a matter of certainty. Nations, like individuals, who have long been enemies without knowing each other or knowing why, become the better friends when they discover the errors and impositions under which they had acted. Admitting, therefore, the probability of such a connection, I will state some matters by which such an alliance, together with that of Holland, might render service, not only to the parties immediately concerned, but to all Europe. It is, I think, certain that if the fleets of England, France, and Holland were confederated, they could propose with effect a limitation to and a general dismantling of all the navies in Europe, to a certain proportion to be agreed upon. First, that no new ship of war shall be built by any power in Europe, themselves included. Second, that all the navies now in existence shall be put back, supposed to 1/10 of their present force. This will save to France and England at least 2 millions sterling annually to each, and their relative force be in the same proportion as it is now. If men will permit themselves to think, as rational beings ought to think, nothing can appear more ridiculous and absurd, exclusive of all moral reflections, than to be at the expense of building navies, filling them with men, and then hauling them into the ocean, to try which can sink each other fastest. Peace, which costs nothing, is attended with infinitely more advantage than any victory with all its expense. But this, though it best answers the purpose of nations, does not that of court governments, whose habited policy is pretense for taxation, places, and offices. It is, I think, also certain that the above confederated powers, together with that of the United States of America, can propose with effect to Spain the independence of South America, and the opening those countries of immense extent and wealth to the general commerce of the world, as North America now is. With how much more glory and advantage to itself does a nation act when it exerts its powers to rescue the world from bondage, and to create itself friends, than when it employs those powers to increase ruin, desolation, and misery. The horrid scene that is now acting by the English government in the East Indies is fit only to be told of Goths and Vandals, who, destitute of principle, robbed and tortured the world they were incapable of enjoying. The opening of South America would produce an immense field of commerce and a ready money market for manufactures, which the Eastern world does not. The East is already a country full of manufactures, the importation of which is not only an injury to the manufactures of England, but a drain upon its specie. The balance against England by this trade is regularly upwards of 500,000 annually sent out in the East India ships in silver, and this is the reason, together with German intrigue and German subsidies, that there is so little silver in England. But any war is harvest to such governments, however ruinous it may be to a nation. It serves to keep up deceitful expectations which prevent people from looking into the defects and abuses of government. It is the low here and the low there that amuses and cheats the multitude. Never did so great an opportunity offer itself to England and to all Europe as is produced by the two revolutions of America and France. By the former, freedom has a national champion in the Western world, and by the latter in Europe. When another nation shall join France, despotism and bad government will scarcely dare to appear. To use a trite expression, the iron is becoming hot all over Europe. The insulted German and the enslaved Spaniard, the Russ and the Pole, are beginning to think. The present age will hereafter merit to be called the age of reason, and the present generation will appear to the future as the Adam of a new world. When all the governments of Europe shall be established on the representative system, nations will become acquainted, and the animosities and prejudices fomented by the intrigue and artifice of courts will cease. The oppressed soldier will become a freeman, and the tortured sailor, no longer dragged through the streets like a felon, will pursue his mercantile voyage in safety. It would be better that nations should continue to pay of their soldiers during their lives, and give them their discharge and restore them to freedom and their friends, and cease recruiting, than retain such multitudes at the same expense, in a condition useless to society and to themselves. As soldiers have hitherto been treated in most countries, they might be said to be without a friend. Shunned by the citizen on an apprehension of their being enemies to liberty, and too often insulted by those who commanded them, their condition was a double oppression. But where genuine principles of liberty pervade a people, everything is restored to order, and the soldier, civilly treated, returns the civility. In contemplating revolutions, it is easy to perceive that they may arise from two distinct causes. The one, to avoid or get rid of some great calamity. The other, to obtain some great and positive good. And the two may be distinguished by the names of active and passive revolutions. In those which proceed from the former cause, the temper becomes incensed and soured, and the redress, obtained by danger, is too often sullied by revenge. But in those which proceed from the latter, the heart, rather animated than agitated, enters serenely upon the subject. Reason and discussion, persuasion and conviction become the weapons in the contest, and it is only when those are attempted to be suppressed that recourse is had to violence. When men unite in agreeing that a thing is good, could it be obtained, such, for instance, as relief from a burden of taxes and the extinction of corruption, the object is more than half accomplished. What they approve as the end, they will promote in the means. Will any man say, in the present excess of taxation falling so heavily on the poor, that a remission of £5 annually of taxes to 104,000 poor families is not a good thing? Will he say that a remission of £7 annually to 100,000 other poor families, of £8 annually to another 100,000 poor families, and of £10 annually to 50,000 poor and widowed families are not good things? And, to proceed a step further in this climax, will he say that to provide against the misfortunes to which all human life is subject, by securing £6 annually for all poor, distressed, and reduced persons of the age of 50 and until 60, and of £10 annually after 60, is not a good thing? Will he say that an abolition of 2 millions of poor rates to the housekeepers, and of the whole of the house and window light tax, and of the commutation tax is not a good thing? Or will he say that to abolish corruption is a bad thing? If, therefore, the good to be obtained be worthy of a passive, rational, and costless revolution, it would be bad policy to prefer waiting for a calamity that should force a violent one. I have no idea, considering the reforms which are now passing and spreading throughout Europe, that England will permit herself to be the last. And where the occasion and the opportunity quietly offer, it is better than to wait for a turbulent necessity. It may be considered as an honor to the animal faculties of man to obtain redress by courage and danger, but it is far greater honor to the rational faculties to accomplish the same object by reason, accommodation, and general consent. As reforms, or revolutions, call them which you please, extend themselves among nations, those nations will form connections and conventions, and when a few are thus confederated, the progress will be rapid, till despotism and corrupt government be totally expelled, at least out of 2/4 of the world, Europe and America. The Algerine piracy may then be commanded to cease, for it is only by the malicious policy of old governments against each other that it exists. Throughout this work, various and numerous as the subjects are, which I have taken up and investigated, there is only a single paragraph upon religion, viz., that every religion is good that teaches man to be good. I have carefully avoided to enlarge upon the subject, because I am inclined to believe that what is called the present ministry wish to see contentions about religion kept up to prevent the nation turning its attention to subjects of government. It is as if they were to say, look that way, or any way but this. But as religion is very improperly made a political machine, and the reality of it is thereby destroyed, I will conclude this work with stating in what light religion appears to me. If we suppose a large family of children who, on any particular day, or any particular circumstance, made it a custom to present to their parents some token of their affection and gratitude, each of them would make a decent offering, and most probably in a different manner. Some would pay their congratulations in themes of verse and prose, by some little devices as their genius dictated, or according to what they thought would please. And perhaps, the least of all, not able to do any of those things, would ramble into the garden or the field, and gather what it thought the prettiest flower it could find, though perhaps it might be but a simple weed. The parent would be more gratified by such a variety than if the whole of them had acted on a concerted plan, and each had made exactly the same offering. This would have the cold appearance of contrivance, or the harsh one of control. But of all unwelcome things, nothing could more afflict the parent than to know that the whole of them had afterwards gotten together by the ears, boys and girls, fighting, scratching, reviling, and abusing each other about which was the best or the worst present. Why may we not suppose that the great Father of all is pleased with the variety of devotion, and that the greatest offense we can act is that by which we seek to torment and render each other miserable? For my own part, I am fully satisfied that what I am now doing, with an endeavor to conciliate mankind, to render their condition happy, to unite nations that have hitherto been enemies, and to extirpate the horrid practice of war and break the chains of slavery and oppression, is acceptable in his sight, and being the best service I can perform, I act it cheerfully. I do not believe that any two men, on what are called doctrinal points, think alike who think at all. It is only those who have not thought that appear to agree. It is in this case, as with what is called the British Constitution. It has been taken for granted to be good, and encomiums have supplied the place of proof. But when the nation comes to examine into its principles and the abuses it admits, it will be found to have more defects than I have pointed out in this work and the former. As to what are called national religions, we may, with as much propriety, talk of national gods. It is either a political craft or the remains of the pagan system, when every nation had its separate and particular deity. Among all the writers of the English church clergy who have treated on the general subject of religion, the present Bishop of Llandaff has not been excelled, and it is with much pleasure that I take this opportunity of expressing this token of respect. I have now gone through the whole of the subject, at least as far as it appears to me at present. It has been my intention, for the 5 years I have been in Europe, to offer an address to the people of England on the subject of government, if the opportunity presented itself before I returned to America. Mr. Burke has thrown it in my way, and I thank him. On a certain occasion, 3 years ago, I pressed him to propose a national convention, to be fairly elected for the purpose of taking the state of the nation into consideration. But I found that, however strongly the parliamentary current was then setting against the party he acted with, their policy was to keep everything within that field of corruption and trust to accidents. Long experience has shown that parliaments would follow any change of ministers, and on this they rested their hopes and their expectations. Formerly, when divisions arose respecting governments, recourse was had to the sword, and a civil war ensued. That savage custom is exploded by the new system, and reference is had to national conventions. Discussion and the general will arbitrates the question, and to this private opinion yields with a good grace, and order is preserved uninterrupted. Some gentlemen have affected to call the principles upon which this work and the former part of Rights of Men are founded a newfangled doctrine. The question is not whether those principles are new or old, but whether they're right or wrong. Suppose the former, and I will show their effect by a figure easily understood. It is now towards the middle of February. Were I to take a turn in the country, the trees would present a leafless, wintry appearance. As people are apt to plug twigs as they walk along, I perhaps might do the same, and by chance might observe that a single bud on that twig had begun to swell. I should reason very unnaturally, or rather not reason at all, to suppose this was the only bud in England which had this appearance. Instead of deciding thus, I should instantly conclude that the same appearance was beginning, or about to begin, everywhere. And, though the vegetable sleep will continue longer on some trees and plants than on others, and though some of them may not blossom for 2 or 3 years, all will be in leaf in the summer, except those which are rotten. What pace the political summer may keep with the natural, no human foresight can determine. It is, however, not difficult to perceive that the spring is begun. Thus wishing, as I sincerely do, freedom and happiness to all nations, I close the second part.